About 4 years ago, I was driving home at night from a major city where I'd been hanging out with my friend. The drive is about 2 hours, and towards the end of the drive, when I was about 30 minutes from my house, I started falling asleep. I tried hard to stay awake, loud music, even slapping myself. It was probably around 1 a.m. by that point, and I was crazy tired. I couldn't pull over because I was travelling through a military base and there were no off-ramps nearby. After a few head nods, where my neck would snap back reflexively and I'd wake up, I finally really fell asleep. But I was woken up by a loud voice shouting directly in my ear, "Wake up!" I was luckily still on the highway and no cars were around, and I gained control of the car. I was so freaked out, so scared, that I was wide awake for the rest of the drive. I couldn't believe how much it sounded like someone really was in my car, in the back seat, and screamed as loud as they could into my ear. I was so freaked out. For me, time makes all memories fade, even the crazy and/or profound moments, but the realness of that experience has stuck with me. I know how powerful our brains are, and I always figured that somehow my subconscious came to the rescue that night and woke my ass up. This has fascinated me. I truly believe our unconscious mind could pull off such a trick, but why don't other people get saved like that? And is there a known scientific reason how this could happen? I was thinking about this just the other day and Googled it to see if anyone else had ever had this happen to them. I figured it had to be fairly common. I couldn't find any anecdotal instances of it happening, which I find odd, but maybe my search was not hitting the right words. What kept coming up was exploding head syndrome, an abnormal sensory perception during sleep in which a person experiences unreal noises that are loud and of short duration when falling asleep or waking up. Wiki. So I've been thinking about this, and I've definitely experienced this in bed while falling asleep. Hearing a shout and being jolted awake. I've had crazy dreams or nightmares since I was a kid, so I've dealt with crazy sleep issues, including sleep paralysis. Wiki says EHS might be caused by temporal lobe seizures. And while I'm not convinced hearing a voice equals a seizure, I do think the temporal lobe is a good candidate. And when I was a child, a doctor speculated I may have some type of temporal lobe disorder when I was having frequent nightmares, waking nightmares, sleep paralysis, and sleepwalking. So it seems like it could have been EHS, but was it coincident that I happened to be driving and needed to be woken up at that moment? Maybe. But the sound in my ear of that voice was different from my other experiences of being jolted by a shout as I'm falling asleep in bed. And it's usually a wordless shout or loud noise. This voice seemed to scream the words, "Wake up." And it really sounded more and felt more realistic. Freaked me the hell out. I've often wondered if it was something paranormal. Something or someone woke me up. Or was it my brain? This happened in 2013 at a house in which my wife and I lived for 23 years. And on January 1st to 2nd, about midnight at the end of New Year's Day. The house was across a 2-lane road from a locally well-known creek, lined with woody corridors on both sides. I was at the kitchen table on the internet. My wife was with our dog, outside for the final time before bed. She came bustling into the mudroom at the back of the house, next to the kitchen, unharnessed the dog, and came to the kitchen door a bit out of breath. She said, "Hun, I think you should go outside and see about something." She explained that while she and the dog were out on the front lawn, she heard someone walking down the middle of the creek. This was not a normal occurrence at any time of the day or year, but especially at midnight in winter. The creek was partially frozen, with a thin layer of ice in some places, but open, flowing water in others. The creek is deep enough for canoes to navigate during summer. There were a few streetlights, the light of which is partially obscured by the wood corridor between them and the creek. Even the dog heard this activity, turning and looking toward the creek. According to her, it sounded like regular, heavy, bipedal walking by someone of size, not like a quadrupedal animal such as a deer. The level of the creek is about 10 feet lower than the surrounding terrain, so that to see down into it, one would have to go to the opposite shoulder of the road and stand by the long guardrail that runs there. Whomever this walker was, the direction of travel was eastward, downstream, headed toward eventually emptying into a large lake near the next town. My wife was reluctant to cross the road and look. I should hurry if I want to hear it. So I got on my coat and went out, but it was too late to hear the footsteps. Carrying a flashlight, I went to the guardrail. No one and nothing but the creek. So I decided to take a look in the morning, in case there was a trackway. And the next morning, I did find what looked like a bipedal trackway made by hominin feet. It was right down the center of the creek, but it was too far for me to get a clear idea about further characteristics. I couldn't judge the footprints' size or whether they were shod. Their stride was long, but I had no way of measuring how long. This was during the period 1994 to 95, beginning in September. My wife and I had recently bought a Victorian house. One Sunday night, I was lying on my back in bed, just trying to put myself in the frame of mind for sleep. My wife was in the bathroom, prepping for bed. Then she came to bed. We switched off the light and tried to settle down. In a short while, she was asleep. I, like some people, seem to need to go through a series of postures when trying to enter sleep. I start on my back, then turn over to my left side for a while. Then I turn onto my stomach, facing right. Then on my stomach, facing left. Then onto my right side, where I finally enter sleep. It's a process. On this particular night, as I was laying on my back, first stage. It's dark. My wife is asleep beside me, and I feel something about the weight of a cat quickly crossing the foot of the bed, even stepping lightly on my lower legs as it approaches the right side of the foot of the bed. We didn't have a cat or even a dog at the time. Then immediately afterward, something much heavier, what feels like the weight of a person, abruptly sits down at the spot on the foot of the bed. I give a little cry of surprise and sit up in the darkness, groggily waking my wife, and nothing is there on the bed. Now forward approximately 7 months, sometime in April. We've settled into bed, lights out. I'm back on my back. This time, there are no footsteps, but something again abruptly sits in the same old spot at the bed. My reaction is the same, and there's once more nothing discernible there. Again, forward about 7 months, and it's November. Same scene, no footsteps, but whatever or whomever sits in the same spot on the bed, and this time leans back so that I can feel its pressure against my lower right leg. The results are otherwise completely the same. You'd think I would have learned a different response by then, but no. After this third occasion, there was no more recurrences. I maintain that I was not asleep, the timing of these events being too early in my sleep cycle. I'm very well conversant with the stages of the sleep cycle. I was also in complete control of my body on each occasion, and had no difficulty quickly springing up in surprise. My friend and I were sitting at my kitchen table, talking about rather disturbing topics that we didn't want anyone to hear us speaking of. Mind you, my sister and dad are present in the house, and there are 3 dogs, which were all in the kitchen with us at the time this occurred. As we were talking about these topics, I saw my friend's gaze shift to the doorway of the kitchen, and I heard a door shut right as we were looking. She had a rather shocked type look on her face, so I automatically assumed it was one of the 2 people entering the kitchen who had just heard our conversation. So I looked at her and said, "Shh," indicating that we should shift conversation subjects to something more family friendly. When I told her to be quieter, she looked at me and shook her head and said, "Something just ran through your living room." Okay, so my sister's room is connected to the living room. We live in an older house, so everything is built weird. And the closet in my sister's room has a door inside of it leading to the living room. No one uses that door. The junk in the closet mostly blocks it off. She told me to ask my sister if she came out of that door or at least slammed it to scare us. But my sister notified us from across the house that it wasn't her. When I asked my friend to describe what she had seen, she said it was a person on all fours, but the back legs were like those of a deer. I only saw the back half of it for the most part because of how swiftly it moved. It was all black, almost like a solid shadow. The living room had no lights on at the time, just the light from the hallway shining into the room. I really believe her because she's not one to lie about stuff like this, and I also heard the door slam in the living room while she was looking in there. As of today, I'm at least the third person to experience sleep paralysis for the first time in this house. I got overwhelmingly tired and then was not awake but not asleep. I was having strange dream fragments, but was hyper aware of my actual surroundings. The dreams would change rapidly. The only one I can specifically recall was my friend from high school finding love. The rest of it, I would realize I couldn't move and try to fight it. I tried to yell out and I couldn't. I've had recurring nightmares of being chased by things like bears and not being able to scream in the past. But this was different, like I was under attack. My fiancé kept coming in and trying to wake me, but as soon as he'd walk in, the feeling of being under attack would go away, and I'd mumble things like, "I'm too tired," even when I'd been desperately fighting to wake up seconds before. He walked out to do some cleaning and it would start back up. I felt something step on the bed in a way that caused me to lean slightly more towards the area that the attic entrance is in our room, which my back had been turned towards. I felt my body turning as if by gravity. It wasn't like gravity got turned up or down, my body just started to turn. It started feeling hard to breathe. The air felt thick and my diaphragm didn't want to work to bring in air and out. I felt like I was dying, and I remember having that thought. My fiancé came in again. I barely mumbled out, "I keep having sleep paralysis," and he didn't realize the urgency and thought I meant for him to let me sleep. Next thing I know, I'm in the living room in my fiancé's gaming chair, fighting to stay awake. I vaguely remember him coming in one more time and feeling some relief, but I don't remember getting up and leaving the room, which isn't normal. I have hypermobility and joint pain. Getting up takes a lot of effort usually. He got me some coffee to help wake me up and went to do some tidying in the room. And suddenly, he felt something stand on the mattress by him as well. I went to him to get a few things and the air felt thicker and dizzying, even though we just got a screen so we can keep our window open because it's the hottest room in the house. My fiancé had a dog before he met me and stayed in the same room. One night, he woke up to a squeezing feeling in his lungs and he couldn't move. Frozen, looking at the attic while his dog looked at it as well while growling. He also had a similar incident while we were camping in the backyard last summer after we had met. The landlord's stepson used to sleep in the garage, and he also had at least one sleep paralysis incident where he saw black orbs. He also saw the landlord outside the kitchen window once, but the landlord wasn't home, and what he saw had red eyes. My fiancé saw a face outside the same window once too, but it was gone before we could make out any detail. Any tips on keeping whatever this is at bay, at least until we save up enough to move out, would be greatly appreciated. Prior to this, I'd only experienced things like being knocked over or disappearing, and showing up in places we either already looked at or haven't been in since before we lost them. This happened during Ramadan in 2017, when me and my family went for a vacation in Dubai. My sister chose the hotel for which we would stay in for a couple of weeks, and everything looked decent. I don't remember the name of the hotel, but it was a 3 or 4-star hotel with good food and amazing service. Now, to the story. The city was beautiful, and there was so much to do, but during our stay in Dubai, me and my family were all fasting, and with that, not much could have been explored, but we still made the best out of it. Our second week of the vacation was a casual day of fasting, and breaking of the fast was around the evening. My family wanted to go to the city for the night and have fun, but I wanted nothing less than to chill. I'm not a fan of Dubai's heat, and this heat was killing me. Once they left, I got really bored after some time alone in the room, so I left the hotel and wandered around the area, and I really liked the environment. After some time wandering, I went back to the hotel. Once I got to the hotel and greeted the guy behind the reception, I steadily went for the elevator and pressed number 9 to the hotel room. This is where it gets very weird. On the 9th floor, there are 8 hotel rooms and an air freshener on the right side once you get off the elevator, but the air freshener's gone. I thought to myself, okay, they must have taken it away. As I walked to the room, my keycard wouldn't open, and after several tries, I just gave up and looked around to see if I was on the right floor. Everything, and I mean everything, indicated that I was on the 9th floor. Elevator indication was on 9. All hotel rooms on that floor started with 9, and I remember looking at my hotel room and seeing the correct numbers on the door. That's when I realised that it was too quiet. So very quiet that hearing the very fabric of the carpet I was standing on was the only thing making a sound. I picked up my phone, and the last message received was from my sister saying, "We're at the hotel room, half an hour ago," but I had no reception on the phone. I couldn't remember if I once lost reception in the hotel, but it happened just then. At this point, I was very confused and somewhat startled, so I started knocking on the door to the hotel room, but nothing. The sound on the other side? No, nothing. I started banging and still nothing. I remember our neighbours and how nice they were, so I went for their door to see if someone would answer, and still nothing. No sound. This is where I panicked. I started banging on every door on the 9th floor, and I still couldn't get a response. At this point, the only thing moving and making sound was me. I placed my ear on every door. All I could hear was abstinence. I felt so alone and wanted nothing but to get back to my family. And then my dumbass thought of the elevator and sprinted my way to it and pressed ground floor. I made it down and saw the receptionist, and I haven't been so happy to see another human like I was at that moment. Went back to the elevator, but this time I took the one to the right instead of the left like I did before. Pressed 9, and as soon as I stepped off, I saw the air freshener to the right, and my neighbour leaving their hotel room, which I was making my way to my door. Before using my door keycard, I heard my family behind that door, and the happiness that struck me was overwhelming, to the point that I was about to shed some manly tears. Unlocked it, and went straight to bed. Quick backstory info. Me and my family moved into this house around 4 years ago, so this is 4 years of creepy moments. By the way, please give some advice, as you'll find out in the post, I think I'm in danger. First experiences? The first couple were just small ones when we first moved in. Like the first night, there was just some creepy vibes about the kitchen. When we finally got the house set up, I would see a dark hand close my bedroom door. Frequent nightmares, and me and my brother would wake up with scratches. I have extremely small nails due to anxiety, so it doesn't make sense how I'd have scratches that literally had cut me on me. We also don't have pets, and I didn't have a partner at this time. One time, me and my brother also found footprints in the shape of a boot on the roof, but that one could have been someone killing a spider. We're still not really sure. The second couple of instances are a bit more extreme, but not too much. One time my mum had a friend come stay, and at dinner, and in my house, we have a hallway that leads straight from the front door to the living room, which is an open space sort of floor plan. So while eating, this lady looks into the hallway and just stares with this weird look on her face. No one really says much, and she tells my mum something. Later that night we're talking, and I tell this lady about the weird shit that's been happening. And she proceeds to tell me that at dinner, she saw a tall man in the hallway and that he went into the garage that's connected to the hallway as well. But my mum told me just to not believe it. Another couple of things were, one time I had a school project to film a vlog, and when going back over the footage from inside my house, in the video, you can see my glass start moving by itself while my back's turned. Wish I still had the video, but this was around 3 years ago. And over the years, my mum finally told me that when she's home alone, she sometimes hears weird things or will see a shadow run past. There was also another time in my early teens where one of my boyfriends stayed at my house while alone, and he went to the garage to get a drink, and it sounded like someone whispered in his ear. He ended up telling me later that night and was extremely freaked out, but I don't know how much of it was true. Now on to the most recent and, in my opinion, creepy stuff. As of late, I've been having these dreams. They're like nightmares, but I know I'm awake. Best way to describe it is it's sort of like an Inception, but I fully know I'm in the dream. So anyways, in these dreams, it will always be my mum in them, and it always will start with me and her. And I'll say, I know this is a dream. I know you're not really her. And the dream mum will agree. And usually the dreams aren't scary, or they don't try to harm me. I just get obviously freaked out and start screaming, I need to leave. And the dream versions of my family try to help me leave. And then I wake up having an anxiety attack. I didn't think these dreams held much significance until recently though. About 2 weeks ago, I had another of these dreams, but this one was different. It felt darker, like I was in danger. The dream people were dream versions of my family, like always. And I told my dream mum that I know this is a dream, and I'd like to leave, like always. Except this time she kind of morphed, and in the dream told me she was a demon and that I couldn't leave. The rest of the dream is sort of a blur, but I remember getting attacked by my dream family. And in the dream, it felt like I was glitching out of that dream and into another dream. Eventually I woke up and the time was 3 a.m. and I stayed awake after that and was thoroughly freaked out. Ever since that dream though, I've been waking up every night at exactly 3 a.m. No matter how late or how early I go to sleep, without fail, it will be 3 a.m. I've always just been terrified of my room as of late. I don't know why. I can't really explain it, but I just don't feel safe or welcome in my own room. And it's only felt like this since that dream. Another thing, around 3 days ago, my boyfriend stayed over. I was very tired, so we went to sleep about 10 p.m. Room was pitch black, but I have a built-in wardrobe with my TV inside one of the sides, so the doors were open for that side. I don't know what time it was, but I get woken up by my boyfriend, and half asleep and annoyed, I'm like, what? And my boyfriend is just pointing at my wardrobe while laying down and goes, the people are upside down. I'm like, what people? And he still just points at the wardrobe and goes, the people. Half asleep, I just assumed he was talking about my plushies and fucking with me, so I just grumbled and went back to sleep. I then woke up again at 3 a.m, where we both got up and watched a movie. While watching the movie, I was like, so why did you wake me up to tell me the people are upside down? And he just looks at me and goes, what? And I repeated myself laughing again for him to just go, that never happened. I slept through the whole night. After asking him over and over if he was fucking with me, he held his ground that he didn't know what I was talking about. Last night, my fiancé and I met up with 2 of my friends from high school to drink and play board games. My 2 high school friends, I'll call them C and W, were determined to get my fiancé drunk as it was their first time meeting him. We were at W's house for the night, and C volunteered to sleep on the couch while my fiancé and I took the guest bedroom. After quite a few hours of drinking, my fiancé felt sick, so we decided to go to bed in the guest bedroom. For some reason, I was too anxious to fall asleep. I was only able to fall asleep around 7 a.m. the next morning. In my dream, I was woken up by C and W talking in the hallway, outside the bedroom door. C was saying goodbye, and as I closed my eyes again, I heard his car leaving the driveway. We asked through the door if my fiancé and I were awake. I remember very sleepy saying, No, not yet. I fell back asleep until an hour or so later, when an older woman came in the room and woke us up. As she woke us, I heard what sounded like W getting sick and even crying in the bathroom across the hall. She looked at me and said, "Hey y'all, W isn't feeling too good, so y'all might want to pack it up and leave soon." I remember her voice pretty distinctly, and she had a thick southern accent that sounded more like Mississippi or Alabama than the part of Louisiana we're from. She had short white hair, and her eyebrows were penciled on the way older southern ladies like to do it. She had said some other things to us, but I can't remember what they were. She was really sweet and kind about it, and helped us pack our belongings and go. I woke up around 10 a.m. completely confused as to where I was. The dream was so vivid that I was fully expecting to wake up in my own bed, not back in the guest room of that house. I told my fiancée about it because it had shook me up a bit. I ended up laying awake in bed until I decided I needed to go and start cleaning up the mess from the night before. A little while later, WC and my fiancée all ended up joining me in the living room. We were all talking about the night before, and I decided to tell W and C about my weird dream. When I started describing the woman from my dream, W's face went pale. He asked me for a few more details before he looked at me and simply said, "My step-grandmother died in this house." At first I thought he was kidding, until he pulled out his phone and showed me a picture. There she was, the woman from my dream, dressed up and posed lovingly next to W's grandfather. Apparently, she was from Mississippi and had a thick accent as well. He asked me to imitate how she had said his name in my dream, and he laughed a little, saying that sounded exactly like her. I was a bit freaked out, so I helped finish cleaning up our mess and then drove my fiancée and our home. "So, ma'am, I'm sorry we made your grandson sick from drinking, and thank you for letting us stay at your house. But please, don't scare me like that again." My best friend, I'll call her Gray, and I wanted to hang out, so we decided to go for a hike. I chose a reservation I'd been to multiple times before, so that we could still have hope of navigating through the long trails in case we got lost. In hindsight, it was a pretty weird decision to go hiking considering it was mid-February in New England, and it was still pretty cold out. This day in particular was especially foggy and colder than we had expected. We took the bus to the northern entrance of the reservation and headed toward the southern entrance, about a 4.5-hour long trail. This was Gray's first time visiting the reservation, so she was attempting to take photos along the way. I say attempting because whenever she took her phone out, she'd managed to snap a few photos before her phone would shut off and restart because of the cold. My phone wouldn't even turn on at all. Nearing the end of the trail, we come across an extremely picturesque setting. A large barren tree with a wooden swing attached to the largest branch on the edge of a frozen foggy pond. The first people we saw since we arrived was a man swinging a little girl, probably around 4 years old, wearing a bright pink jacket. We got closer and Gray manages to take a handful of photos before her phone repeats the cycle of death. She tells me that she wants to swing after they leave, so we wait patiently, giving them enough space not to ruin their little moment. Not even 10 minutes into waiting, we notice that the man has stopped pushing the little girl and instead is just standing there, staring right at us, without any expression on his face. Gray and I turn around to avoid the creepy eye contact for a few seconds, and when we turn back around, the man is coming straight at us on an all-black unicycle. Gray screams, and right before he crashes into us, he makes a sharp turn straight into the woods. I'll never forget how creepy the man's face was. He had absolutely no emotion at all and literally looked pale as a ghost, almost green in the face. We looked back at the little girl to see her struggling to run after him, eventually disappearing into the woods as well. Gray and I debated going after the little girl for a while, but decided not to since neither of our phones were turning on, and we still had about half an hour to reach the southern exit of the reservation. I started pushing Gray on the swing, and as we're trying to dissect what the fuck just happened and where this man got a unicycle from, something across the pond catches my attention. I can barely see it through the fog, but quickly realise from the bright pink colour that the little girl was watching us from between the trees. What makes this even crazier is that the man and the little girl disappeared into the woods heading east, and the other side of the pond was west of where Gray and I were. This little girl didn't nearly have enough time to have gone all the way around us without either of us noticing. I point it out to Gray and she immediately jumps off the swing, and we both start running to the exit without exchanging a word until we're in the clear. We walked about another 45 minutes until we reached civilization again and found a place to eat. We go in and Gray plugs her phone into an outlet so that he can turn it back on. And we look through all the photos. All of the photos from the day are there except the last 4 photos he took of the man and the little girl. In their place were just plain black thumbnails with an error message that read "File not found" when we tried to view them. To this day, we cannot make sense of that situation. I went back to that reservation several times afterward and tried avoiding that pond at all costs. The one time I did revisit the pond area was because of a dare with a group of friends, only to discover something equally as strange. It was around 9 p.m. and completely dark, and there was a group of about 20 or 30 people having a picnic in what looked like colonial-era clothing. We creeped on them for a few minutes and decided to head back before they noticed us. Maybe it was an Amish group bonding, but I don't know. But the fact that they were having a picnic without any sort of lights or lanterns in the middle of the woods was pretty weird. I was doing my mandatory military service in the Finnish Defence Forces as military police, and during the time I captured this clip, I kept watching at one of the checkpoints that would lead to the military base or garrison, whatever you call it. The sounds continued for approximately 45 minutes, to around 11:15 p.m. When the sound started to vanish, it felt like it was getting quieter with each noise it made. It wasn't sudden, unlike when it started. I don't really know when it did start, because I was inside our security booth, but when I heard it, I rushed outside to check it out and listen. My pal was with me and noticed it too. After the noises ended, I didn't hear them again. I remember someone telling me they heard the same noises exactly the day before around midnight. I wasn't there then to witness it, unfortunately. Around the area of the incident, the base itself was quiet back then, because the time was close to midnight and there wouldn't be any action at that time. And if there were, then we'd most certainly know about it, no doubt. There is, however, a town, or city you could almost say. It was close by, approximately 1.5 kilometers away. The city is technically a ghost town around this time, and even during rush hour, it's really nothing special. Very quiet and kind of eerie place, I'd call it. There's a central fire station nearby, but that's unlikely the source of the sound. Also, some rural industries are located nearby, but again, those are most likely not very active around this time. If I had to guess where the source of this is coming from, it'd be the big water tower just located across the road from the base. It's mostly made up of concrete. It hasn't been making any noise before then. And during the time I filmed this, it wasn't that windy at all. But maybe someone knows more about water towers than I do. Also, worth mentioning is that a one-track trial road is located quite close. But as far as I know, no cargo is transported on this. Only driving specific times, a rural rail bus line will be driving here, and it certainly wouldn't make this noise. A small bay is located on the other side of the base, but only small motor and sailboats are able to operate in these waters. And during this time of the year, I don't think anyone would be riding there in pitch black darkness. No attempt could be made to debunk it simply because I couldn't leave my post, and it was extremely hard to locate the sound. It did sound like it was coming from the woods, but that's a risky bet to make. A lot was spoken about the incident the next day, but it was a mystery that never, as far as I know, returned. Now, I'm not saying in the military anymore, because I was moved to the reserve, but it'd be fun to know if those people serving there now have been hearing stuff like this. Who knows? This was a little over a year ago. My family and extended family, aunts and uncles, etc., went on a vacation to Louisville, Kentucky. We stayed at this massive house with 4 floors. I probably got the worst room. It was the first room when you entered the house, and it had a twin-sized bed with no TV. Additionally, it was pretty hot there. The first night was fine. I slept fine and nothing happened. The following day, I was complaining about my room because the bed wasn't comfortable, and everyone else got these grand rooms with king-sized beds and an ensuite. My uncle and his daughter, my cousin, offered to switch rooms with me. They were staying in the attic. It was not a traditional attic, as it had its own bathroom, kitchen and living area. I agreed because in hindsight, it was a really bad trade on their part. Or so I thought. The night comes and I go to the attic, and me being a teenager at the time was reminiscing on my ex-boyfriend just laying in bed. I was on my phone until I heard what I thought was my brother, as he likes to play a lot of tricks on me. It was this eerie, insane sound that I can only describe as a fully sized adult running in my walls. It had only lasted for a few seconds, but felt like 5 minutes. I FaceTime my brother and his girlfriend, who accompanied us on the trip. They answer, and I nervously laugh, asking if that were them. By the way, their room was directly below the attic, so it only made sense that it could have been them. They were a bit confused and asked me what I was talking about. With my heart rate increasing, I nervously laugh and brush them off, saying stuff like, "I know that was you guys." I only soon realised it wasn't them, because their faces grew to be concerned. I run down the stairs into their room and practically beg them to admit it was them, to ease my fear. We all agreed to go back into the attic to check it out. My brother split apart from me and his girlfriend, and went into the kitchen while me and his girlfriend went to where I had heard the sound. After a few brief moments, my brother comes in with his face full of fear. He exclaimed that we needed to get out of there ASAP. I later found he had heard the noise of an adult running in the walls. We go to his room and we try to think of a reasonable explanation. Maybe it was a raccoon or other animal. No animal sounds that heavy. Maybe it was another family member. No, we texted everyone and no one responded until the morning. Eventually, we gave up on the idea of rationalizing it. I slept on my brother and his girlfriend's room floor. In the middle of the night, my brother's girlfriend and I heard an excruciating ear knocking on the bedroom door. We both thought we had heard it in our dreams, so we brushed it off, until I had mentioned it in the morning. Her face turned pale, and she scarily admits she heard it too, and she thought it was in her dream as well. I tell the whole family about it, and of course, no one believes us. I refused to go back up there until my mom had agreed to go back up with me to pack up my things. To this day, although I had never seen anything, that was the scariest night of my life. I'm Venezuelan, and I had to leave the country to go to the US to live there for personal reasons. My big sister already has a family in her own house, and she was already living in the US. So she let my family and I stay in her house for the first 2 weeks. We bought a house and moved there quite quickly. The story takes place about 3 days after we moved into the new house. Since it hadn't even been a week since we moved, we were still getting used to everything. I've always been a person that can fall asleep quickly and easily, but I wake up many times during the night. After I wake up, I usually walk around the house or do something that calms me, so that it's easier for me to get back to sleep. This night was no different. I left my bedroom to go downstairs and maybe eat a midnight snack or something. When you exit my bedroom, you can see the small upstairs hallway, and the stairs are right next to my bedroom door. The rest of the hallway has a railing that lets you look down to the rest of the stairs after they make a turn. When I got out, I saw an extremely tall man looking down the railing. This man was completely black. He was more like a shadow. Since I couldn't see his facial features, the only thing I could remember was that he was really tall. He wore a hat, and he was wearing a jacket. I'm that type of person that becomes frozen when faced with fear, So I didn't take off running, nor did I scream. After a while, he disappeared, but the scary thing isn't even that. 2 days after this incident, my sister woke up in the middle of the night too. Nobody knew what I had seen, not even her, and I told her everything. She was going to go downstairs, but noticed that the bathroom door was open. We don't like it when we leave the door to the bathroom open, because it kind of feels like the hallway is part of the bathroom. She went to go to close it, but she felt like somebody was forcing the door open, so that she wasn't able to close it. She thought it was my brother, but when she looked inside, she saw the same man I had seen with the hat and the jacket. The next morning she told me what she had seen, and I told her my story. We both still don't know what the heck it was, but it's been 2 years since it happened, and we haven't seen him since then. It was about 2 years ago when I had a, by my standards, not so strange dream that for unclear reasons left a huge impression on me. It went something like this. I stood in a long, white, arched hallway in front of a stand that sold books. I blindly reached into a tray full of them, thinking in my head I might look, since these will be cheaper because it's a Chinese stand. I pulled out It by Stephen King and got very excited. I went through the pages swiftly and noted that I will definitely buy this book here. I put it back and turned from the stand. Suddenly, next to it was a big doorway, elevated a few stairs from the ground. I walked up the stairs, went through, and went down a few more wooden stairs again, before stopping on a red carpet. I stood in a bookstore, not really fancy. All that stood out from the white walls were the tall, dark wooden bookshelves, same dark floor and red carpet, and a big black hole in the ground to my left. That's where the feeling began. I got really bad vibes from that hole. There was no end in sight when looking down. No sound, anything, but I still felt definitely not in danger, but terrible. And then I woke up and couldn't forget about that dream. About a month or two afterwards, I went on a school trip to the UK. It was wonderful, and I spent most of my time with a friend that I shared a room with. One of the last days we spent in London, and we parted for a bit because I wanted to spend more time in the National Gallery. My plan was clear. Go through the gallery and head to Chinatown. I was in London before when I was younger, and remember it being lovely. But then, after I was done viewing the exhibition, she ran up to me and asked me to come to the bookstore with her for the last remaining half hour. And because I was tired from walking around, I forgot about Chinatown. And to the bookstore we went. I was happy. It was a nice one, multiple floors and all. I walked down the stairs and froze. The dream suddenly reappeared in my head and I got a bit sweaty. Lower floor, dark floorboard, red carpet, tall wooden bookshelves. Chills. But hey, I decided to look for it and buy the book if I find it. I didn't. And my friend didn't find the book she was looking for either. And she started to get pissed. And I thought, here are the bad vibes. Literally, the whole remaining free time we got, she spent trying to get the employee to get her the book they didn't have. She was so disappointed, impatient and sad. And I assumed hungry. It was a little bit funny. When we finally went back to rejoin the rest, my other friend came up to me and asked me if I was in Chinatown. That was my cue to be disappointed. How could I have forgotten? I told him and said no, and he said, that's a shame. It was a guy cosplaying Pennywise. We all took photos with him. Yes, as a huge horror fan, I was pissed. And I learned that dreams are no fun. As a super small child, I used to be terrified of a doll my grandfather had that had been handmade for my mother when she was younger. I literally had repeating nightmares where this thing came to visit me for most of my childhood, and even occasionally as a teenager and adult. The last time I was around it physically was shortly after my grandmother died, and I still felt uneasy looking directly at it, even at 25 years old. My mum sold it during an estate sale to a woman in the town, when my grandmother died, and it's lost as far as I know. I'd always written off this phobia as just some weird irrational childhood fear, because Raggedy Ann dolls are creepy as hell, especially when they're homemade, and it assumed it was normal. But the hold this doll had on me that made me feel as if it was staring into the depths of my soul, constantly. Then something crazy happened. The Conjuring movies came out, and after doing research, I discovered the real-life version of the Annabelle doll matched the Raggedy Ann version on my grandmother head almost perfectly. I know most of this is just a coincidence, but I've always felt that something was off about this doll. It harbored bad energy. Oddly enough, after all of this, I've inquired about this doll to my mother because I feel I have this weird connection to it. She told me she never kept it in the house around me when I was younger because I always cried and became hysterical at night when it was around, so she gave it to my grandmother. I'm just imagining me finding this thing, then driving it home in the middle of the night, and crazy shit starts happening. For the record, I don't believe in ghosts or spirits, but I will go to my grave saying I picked up on something evil from this doll as a kid. I really wish I had a picture to share, but I honestly avoided this thing as much as possible, and always felt it was looking at me from around a corner at night. So I'm going to start off by saying that I do indeed suffer from mental illness, and have done so from a young age. But because of this, 99% of the time, I can tell if it's reality or not. If not at some point during a certain time when looking back on it. When I was a kid, I would always say and do odd things. I'd stare into random corners of the house. My imaginary friend was always around. My sister told me that one time she was carrying me to bed, and I dead set looked at her and said, "Cookies behind you," with a spooky little grin. She booked it. I'd also have my ways of working things out stupidly fast, such as climbing out of my relatively tall crib and then over the safety gate, pretty much as soon as I could walk. I even remember doing it. I was a bloody master. I never believed in Santa, but played along to make my mum happy. It just feels like I skipped a stage in my childhood. As I got older, I continued to be odd. At 6, I told my mum I saw an angel at the end of my bed, telling me it would all be okay. I remember seeing a small dwarf-like shadow zip past me, and I ran out of my room screaming. But then felt guilty and went back to my room and apologised to whatever it was for screaming at it. There was also a stair ghost, who I would race to the bottom of the stairs whenever I would go down them. Like I said, I'm diagnosed with mental health issues, but these events feel real, whereas at the time, a time traveller was observing me felt real at the time, but it was a clear delusion. The thing that freaked me out most recently was a dream I had. In the dream, I was a little kid again, and was telling my dad something, but we were at the old house, the one I grew up in. And I went through this back room that wasn't in the real house, and it connected to the living room, to the kitchen, by going under the stairs. I was telling my mum about it, and she looked shocked. Apparently, there was a room there, and it was exactly as I described it. I even drew it out to confirm, and she was just speechless. The room was sealed for years before I was born, and no one talked about it as it was just forgotten about. There's no real way I could have known about it and its exact layout unless it was discussed in front of me as a child, and I retained this random fact without knowing, and then had unprovoked dreams of it. Unexplained. I live in Philadelphia, pretty close to Old City. It's a neighborhood on the border of the city, just at the foot of the Ben Franklin Bridge. Part of Old City contains the historic Philadelphia area, where you'd find the Liberty Bell, Independence Hall, the Constitution Center, and the Betsy Ross House, to name a few. I had just gotten a new BMX bike, a hobby I'm revisiting after many years. This was the summer of 2020 on a Friday, I believe in August. It was one of those hot, muggy summer nights, and was pretty late in the evening, close to midnight. I'd been riding down at Penn's Landing, a dock that's a hot skate and BMX spot. After riding a session, I cruised a bit past South Street. You might recognise South Street in the Always Sunny intro. And then came up behind the Betsy Ross house. I realised that I passed this area constantly, but the last time I had actually walked around Independence Mall, the name for this area that has a few historic sites condensed within, was way back in 5th grade for a field trip. As I mentioned, it was late in the evening. No tour guides. In fact, nobody at all except one guy stretching to go for a run and 2 security guards. No tourists. Good time to explore. I cut through an alley where Betsy Ross's house is and wind up behind Independence Hall. It's on a cobblestone road that's really wide, so I hopped off my bike and walked across. On that other side is a large plaza with a park. This is Constitution Center. Somewhere off to the left side, opposite to the Liberty Bell, there's a large patch of grass. You could even call it a small field. On those grounds, there are 2 or 3 colonial homes that are probably older than America itself. I take notice, hop on my bike and start cruising up the U pathway that takes you past the front door of the Constitution Center. I'm going very slow, pulling out my phone to change the song in my earbuds on Spotify as I'm riding colonial field houses on my left. I saw a lady walking across the field out of the corner of my eye, and for maybe 2 or 3 seconds I didn't really think much of it or look. Maybe I thought, it's a lady walking. Then something registered subconsciously, like my brain was telling me to acknowledge something I wasn't paying attention to. So I did a double take, and I couldn't believe what my eyes saw. On this field was a woman in a gown. It was white, maybe with a light pink pastel colour or an off-white shade of some kind. This, in and of itself, is not what made me completely stop in my tracks, with no words and my jaw on the stone pathway. It was her gown and her hair. It was flowing, as if there was a breeze before a rainstorm. But like I said, it was the dead heat of humid August night. Basically, there was no wind. If I could give an example of what it looked like, if you've ever seen Ghostbusters, it was flowing like Sigourney Weaver in that scene after she becomes the gatekeeper, when Bill Murray pays her a visit at her apartment. The hairstyle and the dress style were much more modest. This is what alarmed me, but I'm a skeptic, so I kept an eye. She's walking straight toward one of these colonial homes. Strolling, actually. So slow. I looked at the colonial house and it had lights on downstairs and in one of the bedrooms on the 2nd floor. I didn't know what these houses were exactly, and Philly has countless homes that are registered as historic, but with someone living in them. I remember thinking, oh, it must be a wedding guest coming back from a reception, and that's where she's staying. She gets about 10 feet away from the porch, which has about 5 or 6 steps leading up to it. I shrug it off and start riding again. Just as I start pedaling, I look to my left again and froze. This lady starts going up the steps, but not walking. She was floating. If you can imagine a person not bending their knees, moving up and down as they step, that's what this looked like. When she got to the top of the steps and onto the porch, a couple of feet from the door, she turned her head to look at me. But her face flipped back around the other way. A point of reference for visuals would be Beetlejuice, when they have no face and turn their head. But no matter what, their empty face just comes back to the front. I believe this visual is also in the second Matrix movie, the 2 twins. I was in absolute fucking shock. I turned my head to the Constitution Center to see if one of the security guards was still there, but I didn't see them. When I turned back to look at this lady on the porch again, gone. No lights from inside the house. I couldn't have looked away for more than 3 seconds. The thing for me with anything otherworldly or mythical is whether I can discount parts of it. If there's a practical explanation for each remarkable point, I discredit it. My whole life I'd heard a number of stories from people who had ghost sightings, and some that even had house ghosts. Recurring poltergeists that essentially live in a certain spot, like someone's basement or bedroom. I've always been able to discount everything in every ghost story I've ever heard. That's why I was a skeptic, but this, I couldn't make any sense of it. For context, I'm in my early 20s and have had odd paranormal experiences happening for quite a few years now. I have many dream premonitions on a monthly basis. I travel far in my sleep. I've seen orbs a number of times, etc. I don't quite understand it all, but it happens. I've grown up using technology. I never really had any issues with technology in this way prior to 2 weeks ago. These issues happened all at once. Around 2 weeks ago, I left my dog and house sit for the parents of my best friend. They live about an hour out and just finished building their new house a little less than 2 years ago, so it was my first time seeing it and staying there. They live out in the country in an area I'd never been before, and the drive out of their place made me feel like I entered a different dimension in an inexplicable way. It wasn't a bad feeling. I just chalked it up to being way out in the country and my feeling more in tune with nature and whatnot. But it was really bizarre and indescribable. I passed through ghost towns and could feel a lot of heaviness. For anyone familiar, I was driving through the Irish Hills area of Michigan, headed west. Once I got to their house, I noticed my iPhone wasn't working very well at all. Majority of my texts weren't going through, and when I tried making calls, they would only go through like 20% of the time. I couldn't view or even delete or take any photos. It was saying my storage was full, even though it's a newer phone and I had recently paid for ample amounts of cloud storage. Apps would keep crashing over and over, etc. It was concerning to me just because I'm out of the house all by myself. The least I could have is a working phone. However, I chalked this up to being out in a new area and/or my phone just wasn't connecting well to their Wi-Fi. I was able to text the homeowners about it, and they sounded confused because their iPhones had never given them any issues. They couldn't help me. My phone went on for like this for 2 days before I was able to call Apple. They couldn't resolve my issue just from speaking on the phone, but they had suggested I reset it and make storage space. But about half an hour after hanging up with Apple, my phone started working normally again. It was weird. I felt like I was being taunted. But I was just glad my phone was working again. On the first night at their house, I was trying to use their television. I really wanted to watch the Pistons game that was on, so I turned on their ESPN streaming service. It wouldn't let me click or load the Pistons game, but it was letting me click on and watch literally every other live NBA game that was also streaming. When I had texted the homeowners about my phone not working well, I also mentioned how their TV wasn't letting me watch the specific game, and they were again confused, as their TV had never given them any issues. This same night, I began hearing loud bangs like someone dropped a bowling ball from upstairs, weird tapping noises, and even low mumbles, and somehow got myself to believing that these were all normal new house sounds, just for the sake of my sanity while I was staying there alone for 4 nights. The weird noises continued throughout my time there. My friend, her parents own the home, came and visited me a few days in, just to hang out. While she was there, we both heard the same exact loud noise that sounded like someone dropped something heavy from upstairs. We've had weird paranormal things happen while we're together, so we just laughed it off. That's when she told me that a few weeks ago, she was making dinner there alone and heard low mumbling sounds that she couldn't quite make out. It freaked her out, but she was able to ignore it. And I was like, lol, same. I asked if she had ever had any issues with her phone, laptop, the televisions, or the Wi-Fi, etc. while she'd been out here, and she said no. One thing that really creeped me out was the fact that these homeowners have a bunch of these Amazon/Alexa Echo Dot things around their house. The house would be dead silent and Alexa would say, "I'm sorry, could you repeat that?" Well, this happened at least 7 or 8 times in 5 days. I'm not familiar with these types of devices though, so maybe this is normal. On the last night that I was staying there, I was getting ready for bed and I just had this really gross feeling. I was uncomfortable the whole time, feeling like I was being watched while I was in the house. But last night was even more intense. At the same time, I was glad it was the last night and that I was leaving the next day. I was about to fall asleep when I heard their home security system alarming. I went down to see why, and it detected water in the basement. I went down and checked. no water, so I disarmed the system. About 20 minutes later, the alarm went off again, as I was about to fall asleep again. It said the same thing, so I checked the basement again. No water, I disarmed the alarm. At this point, I'm on edge because I don't know how to explain, but I felt like I was being taunted once again. The feeling kept going off once every 20 to 45 minutes and wouldn't stop. The homeowners called me at like 1:30 a.m. and told me they contacted ADT, the security company, and had them temporarily disarm the whole system for 48 hours. And I was like, awesome. Finally, I can get some sleep. About a half hour later, the alarm went off again. Only this time it was saying it detected water, heat, and smoke in the basement. I once again went down to check and everything was normal. No matter what I did, the alarm system kept ringing every few minutes throughout the entire night. I got zero sleep. I was so happy to leave. When I got back home in the evening, me and my boyfriend stepped out to get groceries. When we got in the car, his car stereo completely shut off and stopped working. He was confused because he'd been using it earlier that same evening with no problem. It took him about a day to figure it out and reset it. Last week was my birthday, so I had to renew my tabs and car registration. Kroger has Secretary of State kiosks you can pretty use quickly to renew your registration and whatnot. When it was processing my information, the kiosk glitched and completely shut down. I was stuck there for about 45 minutes trying to get it to work again. None of the Kroger workers could help me or do anything. After this, I knew that all of these couldn't be coincidences, and I texted my friend, same friend whose parents owned a house, about it, because I knew she would really get a kick. That's when she told me that her parents had to completely replace the Wi-Fi routers in their house the week they came back after I had house sat, and that it was weird because their router had given them zero issues before. There's other weird things and smaller details of what has happened in the last 2 weeks, but this post is already way long enough. Maybe these are all coincidences, but if so, they're really weird and unusual. While I have an interest in the paranormal, weird and unexplained, I've gone most of my 37 years without any experiences to share. I'm a rather normal guy living in the suburbs. I'm husband to my wife of about 10 years and father to a 4-year-old girl. I own a home that was built in the late 70s and we're the third family to live here. I have no information on the original owners, but the previous owners were middle-aged with 3 children. They never disclosed anything strange about the home, though they also failed to mention that the basement leaks during heavy rains, so who knows? I never experienced anything odd in the house for about 8 years, until recently. I've had 4 separate experiences in the last year or so, all within my bedroom in the middle of the night, where I would wake up and see something. I've never had visual hallucinations in my past. I don't dabble with drugs and haven't drank in nearly a year. I never enjoyed it much a day and decided to give it up. It was never a problem for me at all. I've been on sertraline for general anxiety disorder for about 5 years, and that's my only medication. I'm a very happy sleeper, and I rarely wake up in the middle of the night. During my first experience, I sat up in bed like I was reacting to a loud noise or tremor. I looked across the room, over to my wife, and saw a toddler, which I took for my daughter, poking its head up from behind my wife's torso, smiling at me. I can still clearly recall the face. The form faded away very slowly. I've never seen anything like that before. I always assumed that a hallucination would be instantaneous. I must have stared at this child for 10 seconds before it began to fade. The next 2 experiences were very similar to each other. I awoke in the middle of the night again and saw a woman standing beside the bed on my wife's side. Both times, this woman was wearing a white nightgown, but her features were cloaked in shadow. I got the impression that she was looking down at my wife. I felt a presence in the room, but I didn't feel eyes on me like with the child. Both times, the woman quickly faded away where she stood, faster than the child did. The final experience happened last night. Once again, I woke up in the middle of the night, around 3:30 a.m. I didn't sit up this time, but I looked across the room with my head still on my pillow. Sometimes when my daughter wakes up early, my wife will put her in bed with me to fall back asleep, and my wife will go out to work or start getting ready for work. When I saw that the bedroom door was open and that there was a woman looking at the bed, I assumed that my daughter was next to me and that my wife was starting her day. The woman left and the door closed. I reached across the bed to snuggle and was surprised to feel my wife next to me, fast asleep though breathing heavily. I was now wide awake and alert. We have a security system which I knew was armed for the night, but I still listened very intently for footsteps down our creaky hallway, or the sound of the Barbiegator at the far end. Nothing. I got out of bed to check on my daughter, and she was also asleep. I went downstairs, room to room. Everything was in order. The last experience really shook me. I'm well aware of visual hallucinations upon waking up, sleep paralysis and all of the classic skepticism explanations to seeing what isn't actually there. I always figured that you would have to be a moron to think that such a hallucination was real. I also never put much belief into the concept of ghosts, though I personally hold out hope for some sort of afterlife and the possibility of being reached by that realm. I don't know what the hell I saw. A woman walked across my bedroom and closed the door behind her. It was as real as can be. I rarely remember my dreams, and I'm kind of attributing my experience to not being fully awake and hallucinating. But it's still damn spooky. I'm 17, and I live with my divorced mom, my uncle, my mom's brother, and their mom, my granny. So the place where we live, it's kind of on the outskirts of Kolkata. Basically, we live in this apartment complex outside Kolkata, and surrounding our complex, it's mostly villages and miles of trees and shit. Basically, these lands are under the WB government, but the projects haven't started yet. It gets very quiet around here after 7 p.m. People don't go out. Shops closed, no cars around. Basically, the place dies till the morning. My mother is a deeply religious woman, and she believes in things I'm skeptical about. For instance, spirits. A few weeks ago, she gave me this rocker kobach. The literal translation is protective bracelet. It's supposed to keep me safe, apparently. Even though I didn't believe in all this, to give her the peace of mind, I wore it on my left wrist. I remember that day. We ran out of flour, and my mother gave me some money to buy some, and I could spend the rest of the money and buy something for myself. We have Spencer's in our complex, and I got the things Mum asked for. I was left with 60 rupees, and I knew there was this awesome shop which sold Malai tea for like 50 rupees. The catch was, it was outside our complex, a few kilometers into a forest road. I rode my bike to the shop, but unfortunately, it was closed. It usually stays open till 9 p.m. That day it closed at 7:30. I don't know why. I was coming back all pissed, and I saw Sadhu, a holy monk, who kept staring at something behind me. I stopped and looked behind. There was nothing behind me. "Sir, is there any problem?" I asked. The man smiled and said, "Never take off that bracelet, son. May God bless you." I gave him the 60 rupees I had as an offering. Honestly, I wanted to do something good, but his words bugged me for a few days. A few days later, I woke up from a nightmare. Don't remember what it was. It was 2:30 in the night. My mother was sleeping beside me, but she didn't wake up. I thought I should wash my face and drink some water and go back to sleep. When I entered my room after doing so, to my horror and my amazement, I could see myself sleeping beside my mother. I screamed at the top of my lungs. No one woke up. I looked outside the window. The whole world and the view I saw from my window. It was usual, except everything seemed a bit off and drab. I went into the living room. I swear to fucking God, I could see shadows on our couch. I started running and pressed the button for the elevators frantically. Everything seemed off. The lift ride took 2 or 3 seconds. I live on the 7th floor. In our common area lobby, the security guard was sleeping. I tried to wake him up, but my hand just went through him. I couldn't touch him. I went outside our building and into the enormous football ground, and I ran as fast as I could. I wanted this to stop. As soon as I started to run, I could hear distinct whispers and I felt the whole world was zooming out. And then I fell. I scratched my knee badly. I didn't know what to do. So I just dragged my feet back to the building, got on the elevator and entered my room. I was losing my mind about the fact I could see myself sleeping. I just closed my eyes and lied down in the corner of my room. The next morning I woke up, back to my normal self. Everything seemed fine. I felt unusually fresh. My mom gave me a glass of water in bed. I drank it, and when I was just about to get out, I felt a shiver down my spine. My right knee hurts. I went into the bathroom hurriedly and pulled my pants down. The scratch from whatever I experienced, it was there on my right knee. It hurt the same way as it did earlier. I really do not know how to explain this or prove my words, but it happened. Most importantly, the scratch looked fresh, as if it happened a few hours earlier. Can someone please explain this concept of astral projection, and how does it work? I've been researching this. I feel like I'm losing myself. Okay, let me preface this by saying I have tarot cards, and I do readings from time to time. I'm not sure if that has anything to do with what's happening, but it's worth noting. It's also worth noting I'm the only person in my house who does tarot. My parents are Christian and very against it. I hide it from them. We have had some weird encounters in our house for years, but nothing so extreme that we felt the need to move. For instance, this blanket in our house went missing, and one day my mum found it in our backyard lying in the dirt. Another time, my nightlight went missing. It's like a lava lamp, but a little smaller. Everyone in the house knows that I need this light. I'm terrified of the dark, and I've never moved that light before. One night I turn it on, and it's gone. I looked everywhere, under my bed, all throughout the house, but couldn't find it. My whole family denied moving the lamp. Then I started openly talking about how there might be a ghost and we need to sage the house. A week goes by. I wake up in the morning and the lamp is laying next to me in my bed. Okay, here's the most recent thing. So the other day I stayed at my boyfriend's house and I got home. My mom said that her and my dad were in the living room talking about how there's a ghost in our house. As this was happening, the box on our mantle with my cat's ashes in it fell off the mantle. It freaked my mum out. Then today, I'm in the living room and my dad finds picture frames that fell off the mantle. I asked him whose pictures fell off, and they were all mine. Our mantle has photos of me, my brother, my mum and my dad, but only the pictures of me fell face down off the mantle. I'm really freaked out. I told my friend this and he made a joke saying, "Yeah, usually in the movies it means you're the next to die." Now I'm really paranoid. What does this mean? So when I was about 11, I'd love to ride my bike. I could do it for hours. One day, I decided to go to the forest. It was near the village I was living in, a kilometre away. Around 40 metres away from it, I noticed something. It was something white in the grass on the left side of the road. Under a rock, there was a piece of paper. On the paper was written with charcoal, "Hello." As a dumb kid, I came back the next day. The paper piece was still there. But when I got there, it also had a piece of paper with the word "Hi." Then I came back the next day too, and it was written on it, "How are you?" I had paper and pencil on me, and I wrote back, "I'm good. You?" Things were going really good. Once, I tried staying there the entire day and night to find out who was the dude that was writing those. I told my parents I'd stay with a friend. It was in vain. No one came. Time passed and we became really good friends. We'd have conversations and we grew really close. One day, not intentionally, we just stopped talking. I came to the place less and less until I stopped. The last letter I remember, the thing he wrote was, "Gonna miss you." Around 20 years passed. I'm 32, and I found written on paper with charcoal, with a rock on top, in front of my house, "Missed me?" After a few months of us living in this home, which we plan to use as our second home, we decided to sell it after some unusual experiences. Our real estate salesperson and the person who bought our home are aware of my claims and have made an informed decision to purchase this home despite my claims. They probably think I'm a nut. The home is not an old home. It was built in 2019 and we're the third owners. We've gotten an air quality test done in the home. Both my husband and I have gotten physical examinations and nothing out of the ordinary has come out of these tests. Now I'll get into my experience. We bought our winter home last year in June of 2021. Originally we're from Canada, but we've spent the majority of the pandemic between the USA and recently Costa Rica. My first experience was while I was taking a shower. The house has an ensuite washroom. When you enter the room, if you go to the left, you'll go towards the bathroom. If you go to the right, you'll end up in the bedroom. From the shower, you can see the entrance to the bedroom. One afternoon while I was showering, I watched my half-naked husband walk into the bedroom with a glass of lemonade. I then turned around to wash the soap off my face and then turned back toward the door to rinse the shampoo out of my hair. This is when I saw my half-naked husband enter the bedroom again with the lemonade. When I exited the shower, I asked my husband if he re-entered the room a couple of times, and he said he only came into the bedroom once and has been there for the majority of my shower. My husband had a similar experience. He was in the backyard looking into the kitchen. He claimed he saw me leave the kitchen and walk towards the mudroom. He was very confused when he entered the house to find it empty, only to find out I'd been out for a couple of hours. On multiple occasions, I've heard the sound of my husband's car dragging on the driveway. We have the steepest driveway on the block. Every time he parks in the garage, you hear the distinct sound at the bottom of the car scraping the driveway. When I hear this, I usually unlock the garage door. There have been multiple times when I've heard this sound, unlock the door, just to find out he isn't home. We've both heard unexplainable whistling sounds that stop once we acknowledge the sound. I guess it could just be the vents, but for 3 days last week, our thermostat stopped working and we still heard the whistling. There have been other trivial occurrences. I once woke up in the middle of the night because the fridge door alarm was going off. We have those annoying automatic toilets where the lid lifts when it detects motion. Well, those open on their own sometimes. I understand with modern upgrades we're going to be malfunctioning, so I put those experiences under the questionable category. So we've spent the past week packing our things. We're those psychopaths that do not store anything in our garage other than our vehicles. The only other thing that's found in the garage is the water softener tank. That's it. So one lovely night, the car alarm goes off on both vehicles. Convinced that we're being robbed, we call the police, and of course, the neighbourhood security also comes by just to see that our cars are perfectly in the garage with no signs of an intruder. We officially moved out of the house 3 days before closing. We couldn't bear another day there, and our neighbour texted me to ask what all the commotion was at our house. I have no idea what she's talking about, because we moved out. I may sound like a kook, but we've lived in so many houses, and we've never experienced anything like this. After disclosing why we moved, she revealed that the original owners collected artifacts, and that's how they decorated their home. She described their house as looking like a museum and did not like being there, partly because the wife took such special care with the artifacts, and she didn't want to damage anything, and because she felt unwanted in their home. Aside from that, the original owners were a fun older couple that had an estranged child. This is where things get pretty interesting, and for ease of understanding, I'm going to give everyone's names. Let's call the original owners the Benders, the son Josh, and the neighbour I'm corresponding with, Betty. So the Benders were well off, and they didn't believe in nepotism or giving handouts, So once their child finished college, he was cut off. Josh was very vocal about his parents not giving him money and stopped visiting his parents altogether. Well, eventually the Benders died, and in their will, the deed to their primary residence in a chalet was left to Josh, but no money, allegedly. So Josh conducts an estate sale and sells all of the valuable artifacts his parents collected over the years. Betty claimed that some pieces were completely damaged and suspected something shady was going on because the Benders were the kind of people who would have their furniture donated or given to some kind of cause. They wouldn't have a garage sale to get rid of them. So things get even spicier now. Josh moves in and is causing a ruckus, throwing parties every night. There are speculated sex workers coming in and out of the community. The HOA can't do much about his behaviour because he isn't technically doing anything wrong. He's just being annoying. Betty claims Josh eventually stopped with the partying, but things got weird. He started speaking to himself, and she occasionally saw him slapping the pavement and talking to trees, and just a lot of weird shit. Then one day, Josh was naked on someone's property and defecated himself and was arrested. The house was then vacant for 3 or 4 years and was sold and demolished. Whew, quite the story. Anyway, I'm wondering whether the artifacts had anything to do with the experiences we had. Maybe there was a spirit attached to some of the possessions that were broken during the estate sale. Especially since Mrs. Bender took really good care of the things. Maybe she used the items for spiritual purposes. So this has bothered me for a while, and I wanted to share it here to hopefully find some closure and answers. My great-grandmother raised me. She was basically my mother. She passed away in 2015 from a multitude of issues, but she was tough as a pine knot and held on a lot longer than they thought she would. Anyway, before she passed away, she would see things. Our family has always been sensitive to seeing things, experiencing hauntings, close encounters, etc. The stories I could tell. Anyway, she left me her home, my home, when she passed, and I still reside there with my husband. We've had a couple weird things happen since he moved in, but I'm getting sidetracked. She told me of 3 occurrences that haunt me still. The first that comes to mind happened when I was out of town on vacation in Myrtle Beach. I called every morning and evening to check in, and at my usual evening call, she answered and I could tell she was upset. I asked her what was wrong and she told me she was terrified. I asked why. "You were just sitting on the couch." No I wasn't." "I know that, but you were. The phone started ringing and it was laying right beside you, and I couldn't understand why you wouldn't answer it. I got kind of mad at you. You just kept staring at me and wouldn't talk when I told you to answer the darn phone." "Am I still there?" "Well, no, but it scared me." I advised her to get her Bible and read from Psalms, hoping it would calm her and scoot whatever it was to a dark corner away from her. The first time she saw these things, I was home, but I wasn't aware of anything until the next day. She was a night owl and would sometimes sit up in her recliner reading or whatever till 1 or 2 in the morning. This time, she was reading and she said something that told her to look up. Her mother and husband were sitting across the room from her, staring at her, not saying a word. She was too scared to speak to them. Her husband had been dead for 12 years at this point, and her mother had been dead for nearly 9 years. She knew they weren't real. She didn't know what these things were, but she knew not to speak to them. When she saw Not Me, she honestly thought it was me. I don't know if Not Me looked more real than the first ones or what. Maybe since she knew they were past and absolutely could not be real, they scared her more. One thing I remember is what she said about their eyes. She said their eyes were dead. I wear glasses, so she couldn't see Not Me's eyes as well as the other 2. The third creature was the scariest of all. If I remember right, it was the first thing she had seen inside our new house since we moved in. She was asleep and felt something on the foot of her bed. Her bed was parallel to the window, and the outside dusk to dawn light shone through the curtain, enough to light up the room a little bit. She sat up and looked to the foot of the bed and saw a small, hunched, black form sitting on its haunches, looking over its shoulder at her. he was very different from the others. She said it out loud, "In the name of Jesus, you must leave." She said it flinched away and jumped off the bed. She reached over and flicked on the bedside lamp, but her room was empty. If anyone has any input or ideas, feel free to share them. There's been so much more stuff to happen, but these creatures are at the forefront of my mind. I worry they might have done something to her. She passed away right after the first incident I listed, the last incident as it would happen. When I was 10 years old, my family moved from Toronto to a small town of about 1,000 people in rural New Brunswick, Canada. It's a historic area, mostly old-timers, with a strong religious culture, to the point that this town of 1,000 people has 6 large churches and several smaller ones. The house we moved into was a small duplex, with us occupying both top and bottom, and there were no other houses for about a kilometre. The only other property or place nearby was the historic graveyard, with graves dating at the earliest in the 1800s, and this was about 20 feet from the house, as the place had been the old gravekeepers. On the day of my 11th birthday, I had invited a friend to sleep over, while my sisters were sleeping upstairs. I had the only room in the basement to myself, which had been converted for a wine cellar. Enough setup. On the night of the sleepover, everything had been normal so far, aside from the usual weird feelings, traps turning on themselves, which I didn't think was spooky yet, and lights flickering, which we also think was just normal for the area. My parents are out drinking, and when my sisters went to bed around 10 p.m, my friend and I went to bed shortly after, turning off all the lights, popping on the oil heater, it was the dead of winter at the time, and set up a sleeping bag on the floor of my room. Around 12 midnight, known because of the chimed clock, I woke up in bed feeling uneasy and frigid cold. I sat awake for about 20 or so minutes until I started hearing strange noises. They sounded like an old man moaning in pain and a chain or something metal dragging on the floor on the other side of my door. I tried to ignore it, but soon after my friends started shaking me, thinking I was asleep, panicking because they also heard the noises. The noises continued for about 5 more minutes or so, and then he begged me to turn on the lights because they were scared. I flicked on the small lamp at the foot of my bed, and just a few moments later, my friend started screaming and pointing to the ceiling. On the ceiling, covering pretty much the whole space, were what looked like dozens of shadowy hands and arms stretching out from above, reaching down towards us, but too far away to really grab anything. My friend was religious and started praying in a loud voice over and over, and asking the hands to stop. They soon did, and for a moment, everything was fine again. It got warm, the hands were gone, and my friend and I were both starting to calm down. Then, it got much, much worse. Suddenly, the lamp turned off. Everything went from kind of dark to completely black and dead silent. A figure I can only describe as a tall, shadowy person draped entirely in a black robe and carrying a large book, walks through the wall to my left, which was at most 5 feet from my feet. We could only see them because, despite being all black, they were illuminated in a bright reddish/yellow glow. The figure stopped, turned and stared at me for an uncomfortable amount of time, and eventually held up a long, not crazy long, but like maybe 6 inches finger in my direction, then pointed to their book, which then opened by itself. At this point, I let out the loudest scream I could possibly, hoping to wake my sisters, only to notice there was no sound. I looked to my friend who has their mouth open, looking like they're screaming as well, and still no sound. I looked to the window to see if my parents are back, hoping they are, and the window is pitch black. Not even the outside light is shining through, or the usually spooky view of the graveyard I have, just blackness. I look back to the figure, and it starts to move towards me, but I suddenly feel like there's no threat and feel kind and knowing, almost like you get from your grandparents or animals. And it walks towards me and disappears just before it comes into contact with my feet. Immediately after they disappear, the light comes back on. The window is no longer black, and I can hear again. I hear my door banging and my dad screaming at me from the other side. He's been there for hours apparently, unable to get in, hearing me and my friend screaming at the top of our lungs from the other side. I get up and let him in, which I had no problem with from my side, and he lets me know what he just heard. He also lets me know the couple hours part, which to me didn't make sense, because from what I judged by the time this went on, it was at least 1 a.m. It was 7 a.m. The sun was actually just starting to come up, which I now just noticed through the window. My friend called his parents to come get him immediately, and shortly after left. I sat up with my dad as everyone else went back to sleep, and we had a chat in the kitchen. Apparently, this wasn't the first scary thing to happen in the house in the few weeks we'd been there. My mother, who was a homemaker and at the house all the time, had been hearing moaning sounds during the day, seen the appliances turn themselves on and off, and said that she kept being woken up by the sound of someone screaming in her ear in the middle of the night. My dad didn't believe it initially, but after I described to him my encounter and the fact he couldn't get into my room despite there being no lock on any door in our house, he started to. We moved out of that house less than a month later, which to be honest, financially destroyed my family. We couldn't find a buyer because locals thought the place to be very haunted, and we had to rent a small 2-bedroom bungalow. For the rest of my young life, that friend would never talk to me or hang out with me again, despite having been my best friend up to that point, I thought. Years later at a party, when I came home from university, I saw him at the campfire and started to chat. We went over what each other had been up to, what our goals were, etc. Eventually, I asked why he stopped hanging out with me. He told me he still vividly remembered that night, and then described it exactly how I remembered it, down to the smallest details. He said he told his father when he got home what happened, and his father being the spiritual leader for his tribe, and has told him to never come into contact with me, as there was a malicious spirit tied to my person that could start following him instead. Eventually, he stopped caring about that, and that's why he even talked to me at that party. UFO sighting when I was 18. 12 years later, a visit from a man and a woman in black who asked me about the above encounter. They showed me 3 pictures of the encounter, and those pictures were as if they had been taken with my own eyes, rather than an actual photo. They were incredibly interested to hear whether I had any subsequent paranormal experience. 2 weeks before the birth of my first child, we had a light manifest in our room, but when it blinked out, it drained every single electrical device with a battery in the room. When discussing with the group I was part of, it was suggested it may have been a warning. Subsequently, 2 weeks later, my wife was rushed to hospital and ended up having to have an emergency cesarean after we discovered my wife had suffered from a detached placenta. Luckily, all ended up well. I appreciate that the above experience and their believability will greatly depend on the provenance of the person reporting the events. And you, the reader, who will have your own ideological belief systems and life experiences. You should know that I'm working on a hypothesis that states that both the paranormal experience and ufological experiences are part of the same phenomena. I strongly believe there's a science-based background to this that can explain both despite what you may be told. Nikola Tesla. If you want to find the secrets of the universe, think in the terms of energy, frequency, and vibration. That was a starting point from which my research started. I looked at physics modelling, in particular M theory, which is essentially the amalgamation of multiple versions of string theory. A brief synopsis suggests that if you keep on looking at particles getting smaller and smaller, you reach a point where all you're left with are filaments of energy called strings. It is these strings that create matter as we know it. These strings have different vibrations to them. String theory also goes on to suggest there are 11 dimensions. 10 regular dimensions, and then space-time is treated as its own dimension. From this explanation, it will be obvious I am not a physicist, and there are people far smarter than me that will be able to give a more precise definition. But hopefully, that's enough to illustrate the point. This is something I'll be coming back to shortly. When investigating the paranormal field, either unintentionally or intentionally, the focus is on frequency. This can come in the form of full spectrum photography, EMF gadgetry, audio recorders, and transmitters. All of these devices are being used to capture empirical data without necessarily understanding what is being captured. Whether we see it, hear it, or even feel it, energy as we perceive it is part of the same spectrum. From static fields to slow/long wavelength, approaching 0 cycles per second, and up to what we can assume is an infinitely fast, short wavelength. Bandwidth is a range of frequencies within this spectrum associated with a specific topic. We're most familiar with bandwidths such as visual, audio, radio, infrared, ultraviolet, etc. Static fields, those with essentially no measurable frequency, include magnetics, batteries, and the potential charge that zaps our fingers when we reach for a door handle. An intriguing yet seldom discussed aspect of the EM spectrum is brainwaves, from 0 Hz up to 60 Hz. Within this frequency range, we also find information covering the Schumann resonance, frequencies associated with the Earth's magnetic field. So the takeaway from the above is that on a day-to-day level, we're exposed to multiple frequencies, whether it be light or radio waves, ranging to our brain waves. So for example, 7 to 12 Hz is the frequency that our brain emits when we're relaxed, post-sleep. 15 to 24 Hz is when the brain is in its active conscious state. This particular frequency range is also often where we're susceptible to paranormal experience. So what, you may ask? Well, the human body is a giant antenna that's used to collect information. The brain is the processing unit. It takes in all the information, but it's the conscious mind that makes sense of all this. It's what separates us from merely walking computers. When I refer to consciousness, I'm defining it as a construct that allows for the transfer of information. Giulio Tononi is a neuroscientist and psychiatrist who holds the David P. White Chair in Sleep Medicine, as well as a distinguished chair in consciousness science at the University of Wisconsin. He worked on a mathematical scale of consciousness called phi. On the phi scale, at the top is the human brain, but as you get further down the scale to, say, a mouse, which doesn't have the same amount of information transference, then down to a worm, which has even less. Eventually, get down to subatomic particles, which have a value of less than 1, but are critically higher than 0. This may suggest a form of universal consciousness. However, I also don't believe this is a supporting argument for God either. It suggests that consciousness as we know it can't be described by the 4 existing forces of nature: space, time, mass, and charge. Therefore, it should be in fact treated as a new 5th force of nature. Interestingly enough, experiments with the Large Hadron Collider have suggested that there is indeed a new force of nature waiting to be defined. To bring this all together, if you're still with me, let me give you the analogy of resonance. Imagine you have 2 identical tuning forks attached to 2 blocks of wood, and on the second tuning fork, you have a ping pong ball. You strike the first fork and it chimes, but then you will notice that the second tuning fork also vibrates, and the ping pong ball is then seen bouncing around. In this analogy, consciousness is striking the first tuning fork, and it's looking for frequencies that it can resonate with, the second fork. Once it connects, then there's the transference of information. In this analogy, the ping pong ball is bouncing around. So to recap, I'm saying the science shows that at any one time, we're bombarded by different frequencies. It is our conscious mind that makes sense of it. Now this is where physics begins to play with you a bit. Robert Lanza, biocentrism. The universe arises from life. He suggests that you place biology above physics and chemistry. He argues if you include life and consciousness to the equation, then suddenly you can explain a lot of the key questions in physics. Essentially, we have to understand the universe in our head before we can understand the universe around us. Consciousness relates to a physical process. 1. Self. I control my fingers, for example. 2. Everything we see around us is occurring in our minds. We can't actually see through the bones of our cranium. Everything we encounter around us is a construct of the mind. Even the light we see moving around us is actually something the mind is creating as a process. If you were to look outside and see a blue sky, your mind could be programmed that instead of seeing a blue sky, it may be seeing a purple sky, or that seeing a particular colour might trigger a particular urge, like what we see with some birds. So the underlying principle is that reality cannot exist without consciousness. Life is constantly creating the reality around us. There is then the more traditional view of the universe around us. Phew, are we still here? Well, let's take a step into the multiverse and specifically space-time, not space and time. So regardless of which version of string theory you refer to, there's an element of space-time. Typically, the fourth dimension, but it's dependent on which model you're following. If you were to view yourself in the fourth dimension, you would see every instance of your life coexisting in one spot. Imagine a slinky on one end is your birth and the other your death. Coordinates as you know it don't exist. You're able to teleport. Language isn't needed, as remember, you aren't moving from point to A to point B, as we understand in the 3D dimension. Telepathy would more likely be used. These are all thought experiment questions that have been asked through science, rather than me just making this up. Look up Neil deGrasse Tyson, who was typically posed a lot of these questions. Now, if you look at a lot of these responses, they seem to coincide with a lot of tropes from abduction experiences. Being transported from one place to another, telepathy, etc. I believe that a lot of ET experiences are multidimensional, or beings that have access to that level of a technology. When people see paranormal phenomena, I also believe that what they're witnessing is a manifestation into our dimension. Going back to the original hypothesis, it's the conscious mind with the analogy of the tuning fork. I believe that it's possible to tune into the frequency, so to speak, and often experiencing one thing opens the door to the other. Okay, so here's some initial background first. I would consider myself sensitive rather than psychic. I've had a vast number of varied experiences, and I'm a paranormal investigator. I say sensitive because I can't do things on demand, but it's fair to say I attract it. The relevance of this is that I try to investigate after the experience, and I hope it adds some credence to the experience. So at the time, I was 32, and my wife was very heavily pregnant with our first child. We were living in a mid-terrace Edwardian house, and we were in our front room, which the front door opens into, with one other door which backed into the living room. The windows were double glazed and the fireplace was closed off. It was December and our central heating was on, so the internal temperature was 18 degrees. The electrical items we had in the room were a PC, tablet, phone and a couple of chargers. Okay, scene set. So my wife was sitting next to me on our couch and we were chatting when I noticed a very sudden temperature drop around me. I asked my wife if she felt anything and she said no. I could see my breath as it was that cold, but my wife was unaffected. I got up and swapped places with my wife so she was in the same spot and nothing. We checked for drafts and there was nothing. It was totally fixed around me. I sat back down and I could still see my breath. Then, in the corner of the room, a small light appeared which began to get brighter and larger. It flickered, and it was trying to get bigger. It managed to get to the size of an apple and then blinked out. The temperature returned to normal. However, the room had what can only be described as a very, very still feeling to it. Now here's the interesting point. Every single electrical device with a battery in the room was completely drained. No power, wouldn't turn on. I was fascinated and intrigued. I spoke to a couple of colleagues who were immediately very concerned. They asked whether my wife was okay, and I said yes. Well, they said that could have been a warning. For something to make that much of an effort to come through would normally be associated with a warning of some kind. Well, 1 week later, I had to rush my wife to hospital. My daughter was born 3 weeks early via emergency cesarean. My wife had a detached placenta, which nearly killed them both. They were in hospital for a month, but 9 years on, I have 2 children and all are fine and well. I do believe that was a warning, and for the first couple of years of my daughter's life, whenever she was ill or wasn't sleeping, an orb used to appear outside our bedroom and float to the door of our nursery, and then would disappear as soon as we entered the room. I had lost my granddad 6 months before, and lost Gran after my daughter was a few months old. First of all, I'm an experienced paranormal investigator who's been active for around 20 years. I've been a member of various paranormal investigator groups, and I've experienced a great deal of paranormal phenomena firsthand. Personally, I find that I get build-ups of paranormal activity around me from time, which then will lead to a standout event. For me, low-level activity is the usual orbs, occasional mist, and if someone is feeling particularly mischievous, then maybe the occasional item will move. I'm not in any way threatened, and I'm also not religious, so I do not believe in angels or demons. One such event that happened to me was last night. I had just come to bed and my wife was asleep. I was just under the covers when, as clear as anything, a youngish American voice simply said, "Hello?" as in a question. The reason why I mention nationality is because I'm a Brit based in the UK. So first things first, could it possibly have been an auditory hallucination? That could potentially be the most logical suggestion. A possible microsleep, and is the brain essentially digging out itself, providing mental stimulus? I do have Google Home in the house, but it was a different voice, so that seems unlikely. I checked the rooms to make sure there were no audio devices playing, no laptops on, and again there was nothing that stood out as a potential source of the sound. What stands out was the absolute clarity and accent of the hello, which was asked as a question. Now, I don't use spirit boards personally, as I find they tend to be highly unreliable. I will be asking out over the next couple of nights to see if the person will come forward, or whether it was a one-off. For context, I've lived in Delhi, India in a rented place for the last 6 months. So this building has 3 floors, and on each floor, 2 families live in their respective partitions. We're on the 3rd floor, above which there's a terrace which is locked to us at the time. Around once per month, we can hear footsteps, large and noisy, of someone running all over the terrace, only after the sun has set. The first time this happened, we thought that it was the kids from below making ruckus. But when Mom went upstairs to check and opened the door to the terrace, the sound immediately disappeared, and no one was there. Then we got to know the real story from our neighbour lady. A man and his wife used to live in a building just behind ours. The lady fled with someone else, and her husband committed suicide. After that, no one has been able to stay in that room, and there's some activity on our terrace too. Till now, I wasn't scared much, until today. My indoor/outdoor cat was with me near the gate, a see-through one, and out of the blue, she started crying. She's never done this before. Then we could hear the loud footsteps again. We were quite a bit scared. Another thing is that both me and my mother sort of heard someone screaming a few minutes after that, a man, and the scream seemed to have come from above. Any thoughts on this? The spirit apparently doesn't come here on our floor and is seemingly harmless, but the activity was greater than usual today and has made me scared enough to write this at 2:40 a.m. My family has been living in our house since 2007. I was in elementary school at that time. The following years after 2007 had 0 paranormal encounters until 2018, and it's still going on to this day. Back in college, the folks at my house say that they always hear footsteps from the stairs. Take note, it's just me, my dad, and his girlfriend. And when I was in college, I was away from home. They also say that when my dad looks up the stairs, he always sees a little kid looking back at him. One time, our maid was cleaning my room, and when she looked under my bed, she saw the face of a child looking straight at her. She described it like it was the kid from The Grudge. In my dad's room, the mattress always feels like someone is jumping up and down on the spot. I personally have never experienced none of these paranormal phenomenons until 2020. So in my room, there's always this eerie feeling that someone else is with you, even though you're alone. I've grown to not make a fuss about this through the years, but sometimes the feeling just messes with me, that I turn on my lights at night time, and to this day, I still leave my lights on before sleeping. One night, I was sleeping next to my girlfriend in my girlfriend's room. I dreamt that I was back in my room, and it felt like I was in real life. And when I turned to my left, I saw the lady. I couldn't see her face. She was wearing an all-black gown, and she was looking right at me. The first thing I did was call my girlfriend's sister's name, since she sleeps in the same room. And that's when I woke up. It was very mind-fucking because it really felt like I was in my room, but then just a second later, I'm suddenly in my girl's house. My girlfriend also has the same dream that I had too. She also saw the woman. The next day, I googled if this was a common sleep paralysis scenario, but it's not. I thought it would be the old hag thing, but it didn't do what it usually does, like sit on my chest. I haven't dreamt about the woman ever since, but since that incident, we've both been getting a lot more energy from the ghosts at home. When my friends are over, the more sensitive friends feel a presence in the very same area where I saw the woman. At 3 a.m, my dog barks at the same location. My girlfriend keeps getting sleep paralysis in my home. My girlfriend's sister felt her hair get pulled when she was sitting in the same damn location. Yesterday, a visitor came over with her 2 kids. They say the kids saw an old woman peeking through the bathroom window. They say sometimes the woman just stands and walks in the hall between rooms. My girlfriend asked the kids what the woman looks like. They said she was beautiful, had long hair, old, and it was wearing a black gown. I think the ghosts are leeching onto us. Sometimes I feel so negative when I'm at home. I think my dad is undiagnosed with bipolar disorder. We haven't checked. So we're used to him being mighty angry. But ever since these paranormal scenarios have happened, I personally feel that his anger and rage has gotten worse. Back in 2018, my dad installed a big mirror he bought from the mall, and it's placed on top of the TV, facing their bed. He covered the mirror a few months later because he felt off, and it's been covered since. I have a feeling that the mirror has something to do with the woman. I don't know what to do. The spirits aren't bothering me too much, but it's freaky. I love to drive for DoorDash in my free time. Something about getting out past midnight and just driving is very soothed to me. Why not make some money doing it? My wife hates it though. Specifically, me going out past midnight in what she calls the bad sides of town. I don't see like that though. I've driven for DoorDash for a bit now, and I've never once felt a fear for my own safety, much less a fear for my life, and I love driving on the west side, south side, and downtown around midnight. Let me run through my shift tonight. I started my dash at around 5 p.m. to hit the dinner rush. It was slow, so I did a lot of waiting for a while. 6 p.m, I started to feel oddly restless, in a way I haven't felt before. I felt like I needed to get out of my car and run a mile, like I couldn't keep my legs still. I parked at a gas station to walk around and get a soda and some water to calm my nerves. It worked for a bit. 7 p.m, I drove to the west side. I felt great and was doing well with how much I was making. No changes in how I did things at all. It was just a very average hour. Only thing I noticed was I was making tons of stupid mistakes. I was missing turns, driving too slow, even stopped at a green light as if it was a stop sign. 8 p.m, I started working the south side. This is when things got weird. I left the west side with the sun still showing, but by the time I made it, the sun was completely gone. This was odd, considering I've never noticed it get so dark so fast before. I drive this almost every day, but this was different. It didn't just get dark in a normal way. It got dark normally. But this time I was hyper aware of it. It's hard to explain, but I just noticed it so much more than before. This is when my anxiety started creeping back. My legs get restless again. I start feeling like I needed to get out of my car and run a mile. I brushed it off though and continued my work, although I remained hyper aware of the darkness. And during one order, when I was picking up food, I could feel it. The darkness was heavy and deep, almost like a low frequency that I couldn't hear, but was vibrating throughout my body. I could feel the heaviness of my heart causing strain on my chest, and I thought I could hear it drumming in my ears. At 9 p.m, I accepted an order that took me to the western area of the south side, an area and neighbourhood I've been in hundreds of times before. I stopped my car at the house, and something hit me like a ton of bricks. I felt scared, but not like average fear. There was this absolute sense of complete and total dread that overtook me. In an instant, I felt like I was being stared at. And I know, it's such a cliche thing to say, but I'm being completely serious when I say I would have bet all my money that there was someone in the backseat of my car. I could feel the heaviness, just like earlier in the night tonight. Sitting in my car in front of this home, I started to tear up, as I felt closer to death than ever before. I worked up the bravery to turn around, but of course, nothing was in my back seat besides the darkness that felt so heavy. It was made of solid matter. God, I cannot explain how physical the darkness of my back seat felt. Like I was staring at a person sitting in the back seat. Like their weight was being put onto the car, but no one was there. I got out of my car and saw another car pull up in the driveway off the home. I thought maybe I could hand it to them and get on my way, but they just sat in their car looking at me and looking down at the shining light that I could see was their phone. They did this 3 more times before I worked up the bravery and walked the order to the door, every step further increasing my sense of absolute horror. I dropped it off, took the picture, and rushed to my car. I turned to my left to see the person still sitting in their car in the driveway, face illuminated by their phone, just staring at me. I locked my doors and looked in the back seat. Still, nobody was there, and it was confirmed due to the light being on from opening the door. But because I locked the door, the light slowly dimmed to darkness. The feeling was heavier than ever before. As soon as the darkness of my backseat hit, it was like the car was full of people sitting back there, just staring intensely back at me. I couldn't look away from the darkness. I felt like I was being crushed by the fear, anxiety, and that very darkness. I turned my car around and drove off, noticing how the person in the car in the driveway was no longer in the car. 9:30, and I closed out my shift. I was sobbing in the driver's seat with my inside car lights on as I drove home. My mind was spinning. I was lightheaded. The sense of absolute total horror was gone, and in its place, a void. Emptiness. As if something occupied my soul for just a moment, and then left it wide open and vacant. I walked into my room. My wife greeted me, noting how I returned early. I fell into her arms and sobbed again. It's now 11 p.m. I'm sitting on my couch with all the lights on, and I feel utterly alone, empty, completely void of all emotion beside one feeling. A slight semblance of fear sitting in that empty void. My wife wanted me to take out the trash to the dumpster outside, but I can't do it. I don't know why, but I can't go back outside in the dark. Many of us encounter someone who just grabs our attention in a way that we can't explain. Like they know you from this or a previous life. I come from a long line of people who encountered ghosts, but I myself don't encounter the supernatural that much. I have in the past, but not often. Tonight, I know I did. This is not fake or made up. Our town is near a beach, and every 4th of July, we go see the fireworks over the water. This year is no exception. Me and my wife arrived and set up chairs, settled in the sand, and chilled out waiting for darkness to fall
and the fireworks to start. A slight breeze, a perfect, beautiful evening. About 20 minutes after we settled, I smelled a waft of what I can only describe as decayed roses on the breeze. Like flowers in a vase that should have been thrown out a few days ago. It wasn't a bad smell, but just like sweet roses that weren't fresh. Then I saw her. From behind walked a young woman in jeans, t-shirt, and a ball cap. She looked about 25 and had light brown wavy hair coming down about halfway on her back. I was immediately struck by her presence, not because she was beautiful. I mean, she wasn't ugly, she was pretty. She looked a bit off. Her face especially looked pretty but weird, like her features didn't line up right or something. She stopped about 15 feet ahead of us and turned around. She looked right at me and smiled, then sat down in the sand. Again, she really looked off. Something was amiss. I looked at my wife to see what she thought, but got zero reaction, like she didn't even see her. I smelled the decayed roses in the wind again. The young woman in jean shorts and ball cap sat down, took off her flip-flops, and looked to the sky. She was sitting perpendicular to us, but facing away. When I thought about it, two more things struck me as very, very odd. She had no electronics, no cell phone. Everyone on the beach was taking selfies and playing with their phones, even the elderly. This young woman had no visible phone, no electronics. Also, her clothes looked straight out of the 1970s. I grew up in the 1970s, so I know what normal people looked like back then, and she had the 70s look. Totally down to the tomboy jeans and really just everything about her. She seemed very content just sitting there looking at the sky and not worried about cell phones or beach chairs or anything. Again, I smelled sweet decayed roses in the wind. I took a picture of the whole scene on my cell phone. The pretty sky, the beach, and this strange woman. Shortly after, she got up and walked away behind us. I turned around to see where she went, but she had disappeared. She was gone. When I got home and looked at the pic, I was actually not surprised to see she didn't appear in it. You might think I would have freaked out, but at some spiritual level, I really didn't expect her image to show up. Just a green orb appeared where she was sitting in the sand. I'm calm about it because I could tell she meant no harm. I really believe she was a person who passed away back in the 70s and was checking in on me for some reason. I'm racking my brains to try and remember if I knew a young woman who passed away when I was a child back then. She looked about 25 years old and straight out of the 1970s, like from a different era. I guess she had died in the 1970s. I looked through local obituaries in my town. We'll just call it Beachville, to protect my private info. I looked through online resources that had old newspaper stories of Beachville obituaries, but initially nothing turned up. So recently on a whim, I remembered the linked post again and decided to expand my search for a little. I searched old obituaries in the next town over. We'll call it Townville. And in those obituaries, something caught my eye. In the obituary, I saw the face of a woman who strongly resembled the young woman I saw at the beach. However, and this is the initially disappointing part, she didn't die in the 1970s. She died 4 months after I saw the 4th of July ghost last year, in November 2021. And here's the striking twist. According to her obituary, she was born in 1957, so she would have been in her 20s in the late 1970s. That sent chills down my spine. But this did too. According to the obit, she met her husband in my town, Beachville, in 1979. Bingo. few days ago, early in the morning, my wife woke me up and said, "I hear someone rustling in the kitchen." I said, "Don't worry, it's probably just our cat." But our cat was on the floor next to the bed, ears up and face pointing towards the kitchen. I thought, okay, that's strange. So I went out to the kitchen to have a look, but no one was there and no noises. I chalked what my wife and cat heard up to a neighbour, refrigerator noise or something outside. That was that. Yesterday, I was upstairs at my parents' house and doing something for them. I was alone in the house. They were always at an appointment. While I was at the stairs, I heard rustling in the kitchen downstairs, like someone had come in and was walking around. So I thought maybe my wife or neighbour came over when they saw my car in the driveway, but it was very odd that they didn't knock first. Way too old. So I thought it could be a burglar. I then crept quietly downstairs and I peeked into the kitchen. No one there. I looked in all the downstairs room and no one was there. This morning, my wife wakes me up again and says she hears someone in the kitchen. I go out there and the kitchen was empty. We both got a little freaked out. So here I am trying to figure this out. If it's a ghost, it's following me because the incidents happened to both my home and my parents' home while I was present at both places. So why all of a sudden is this happening? I tried to think of a common denominator or some other reason that's going on. One common denominator is the kitchen, because the noises we've heard in the kitchen of both my home and my parents' home. Then it hit me. I'm a vinyl collector. I collect vinyl records from the 1950s up to the present day. So I recently bought a vinyl record online from a reputable seller in Europe. It was a record from 1967, and it arrived a couple of weeks ago at my house. Then, I brought it to my house, and because I really wanted to use some special cleaning solution my father had, so this record, I believe, is the key. The supernatural noises started shortly after it arrived, and the ghost, if it is one, followed the record, and from my house to my parents' house. I'm back. This supernatural energy is, for some reason, likes kitchens. I'm thinking this old record from 1967 probably has some weird history attached to it. But I'm now debating getting rid of it, even though it's one I really want. Wish there was a surefire way to cleanse it of weird energy. We as humans are products of the universe. Before we were even born, our mothers and fathers ate plants like string beans that the sun helped to grow. The sun is a product of space dust and gas that's been glowing for millions of years. The universe gave us our sun, our string beans, our life, all connected. We have the universe in us. Before we were born, our parents and descendants drank water that came from the ground through the water table, and some of it originated from the sky as rain. A product of our planet which spins through space on its axis. Again, we as humans need material in us that is linked to the greater universe. We all have the universe in us. Our brains create minute electrical impulses that travel across a delicate network. These minuscule neurotransmissions create thoughts. But this is an interesting link of our brainwaves to the greater universe. From the National Library of Medicine, 2021. Many think that these whole waves are not only restricted to the brain, but that they easily diffuse out and form an interconnected wave network with our universe. This notion is accepted by some neuroscientists and physicists, which is associated with consciousness or string theory. So if a living brain can connect to the internet of the universe, unwittingly even, who knows what could allow our minds to see? Like a cell phone downloading a picture from wireless invisible signals. We could be tapping into the human wavelengths that allow us to see and communicate with those like us who have passed on. We've only scratched the surface on this, but this might help explain unexpected apparitions or ghostly encounters. They're a product of our brains connecting to the internet of the universe, seeing things we never thought we could or should see. like dreams, but awake. Anyway, we decided to go hiking after 11 PM at night to one of the most used trails in our area. We had both been there multiple times throughout our lives, and neither of us were concerned about something happening. There was only one thing we were kind of nervous about, and that was the wildfire that had just happened. We parked on the side of the road and walked to the start of the trail. Even though there was the fire, the path was actually very clean and stable. We started walking up the trail when we just started talking about paranormal things, witchcraft and Wendigos. Terrible move on our side, talking about things of that sort. Now it's to be noted that we both had flashlights, very good ones, and we're both being very observant as to where we were on the path. As we got deeper into the conversation, we both realised in just a second that we're not on a trail anymore or anywhere near one. I mean, it was like in a blink of an eye. All of a sudden, I remember walking on the trail and then we just weren't. I freaked out and told him we need to start backtracking, but thankfully he said no, because we couldn't see any trail around us or anything we recognised. I truly believed if we tried backtracking, I would not be here writing this. He told me we needed to start walking up the hill in hopes of either standing on a ledge to see where we were or to find another path. We walked for a while up the hill when thankfully we popped out on a fire road. We walked all the way down terrified and came out on the road about a mile from where our car was. Encounter 1. I was really young, like in a toddler age, but I remember this moment very clearly. I was in our hallway because me and my mom were getting ready to head somewhere. My mom was in the bathroom, and suddenly I saw a person, looking like my mom, peeking behind a door frame with just the head peeking out and looking at me. Out of curiosity, I was heading into that room, but nobody was there. I don't know if I remember this correctly, so this might be a false memory. The following encounters are much more vivid. Encounter 2. So I'm currently 17 years old, and this happened to me a while ago. I think it was when I was in 3rd or 2nd grade. So basically, when I was 8 or 9. I had a very vivid dream that night, and I still remember exactly what I dreamed. Back then as a kid, I had terrible multiple nightmares of a dark, cloaked figure hunting me, terrifying me in my sleep. So I was always damn scared to go to sleep because I didn't want to see it again. I also cried out of fear to go to sleep, etc. Anyways, in the dream, I was running away from something really big in a cave. I remember it as an ice giant, I don't know. And right when it got me, I woke up. Then I noticed that my room was unbelievably cold and that I was freezing, even under my blanket. I turned my lamp on, and then I saw something on top of my wardrobe. A humanoid-looking shadow staring right at me. It did not move or something, just looking at me. I don't remember it exactly, but I think it was light see-through. I screamed for help, and my mother came in after a short amount of time and also saw it. She still remembers the night very vividly and can assure me to the current day that there really was something staring at us. The room was really cold and no window was opened at the time. Then my mother called our neighbour, who was an esoteric-ish woman, who knew about this stuff very well. She used incense sticks to cleanse the room and told us we should have the furniture in my room moved for a better flow of energy or something. After that, nothing like that appeared for a long time. But sometimes, I still had very bad nightmares of that black thing hunting me and left me sometimes even really traumatized. I can't even describe how terrifying these dreams were to me back then. Encounter number 3. The best thing I can remember to this day. I think this one in 4th grade. These nightmares were still a thing, and when I opened up about it to our neighbour, a now very good friend of my mother, she told me to, while I was in the dream, imagine a light ball which is protecting me from the creature. I was actually able to be lucid in every of these nightmares, so I was also able to create this light thing which I was being terrorised by, that black thing. But when the light bulb was turning pitch black and everything was turning black, I woke up, really scared and full of panic. In an instant, I hid under my blanket. I always did that when I woke up from a nightmare. But then, suddenly I felt like I was being watched. Like not this typical type of feeling, like a gaze made of pure evil was piercing its eyes through me. I don't know what was going on in my head, but I risked a look and immediately locked eyes with a hovering white ghost-looking thing, which was looking very female, according to my memory. The last thing I remember is losing myself in the eyes of that thing, like I was falling and then blacking out. Turning back to dreaming, I even remember the dream I was having. There was nothing worth to mention. Encounter number 4. After the 4th encounter, again nothing happened for a long time. I continued my life and everything was cool. But then my mother found a new job and every day after school, I was alone at home till 8 PM or so because of her shift. Then things started to appear. While I was watching TV or doing something else, I heard random noises, like the squeaking of my mother's bed or even the sounds of a male person snoring in my mother's room. But the weirdest thing was that for a long period of time, I saw a shadow thing in the corner of my eyes moving around, nearly on a daily basis. I thought I was just hallucinating, but sometimes it moved wildly around. Way too much for just a hallucination. And in the middle of the day also. If you're not familiar with what Lechuza is, it was explained to me by my grandmother as a human-sized owl that has wings of great length and a human face. When I was little, at a barbecue with my family, the discussion of it came up amongst the adults, and they were all telling about their experiences, if any. My dad was talking about how he saw it when he was younger, working at Pizza Hut, on a telephone wire and in broad daylight. When he was younger, it got me really curious that they were really talking about it. I asked my grandmother about it and she explained what it was. And she has a theory of why each of our family members see the Lechuza. It kept me thinking, when was it my turn to see it? The theory is that my uncle, who is a witch doctor, is the one who is sending this foul being to our side of the family. The only reason why I don't believe that is because my dad told me before my uncle, and he arrived to perform an exorcism. My uncle told him that everything he does is fake, and whatever you do, try not to laugh. But boy, is that exorcism a whole other story. It put my uncle in his place. But hey, I don't know. But my family never accepts any gifts and keeps away from my grandfather's side of the family. Anyway, my first experience with the Lechuza was at my grandparents' house. Once again, we were having a barbecue. It was my grandparents, my dad, my 2 uncles, and my sister and I. Everything was going well. Lots of food and drinks, until my dad sternly looked at my sister and I and told us to go inside right now. As a young kid, I protested and asked why, but my dad kept walking towards me and used his body to push me inside the house and just kept on telling me to go inside right now. As all this was going on, I could hear my grandmother yelling for salt and pepper, confusing me like, why in the hell do you need that? And why does she sound so angry? The whole family went inside as my grandmother threw salt and pepper at the Lechuza, cursing it out in Spanish. Apparently, that is what she was told on how to deal with it. As my grandmother was fighting the good fight, we were all huddled in the kitchen looking through the window at her, and everyone was pointing at the tree where the bird was and freaking out. Now that I was safe, my dad told me what was going on and was pointing at the tree, but unfortunately, I was too short and couldn't see over the counter through the window and just blew it off. I was more concerned about when I was going to be able to go back outside. But after 10 or 15 minutes, I suppose, my grandma came back and said it was gone, and the recreations continued. The second experience was when I grew a bit older. I was probably about 16 or 17 years old. So what happened was I was in my little GMC Sonoma with what was then my girlfriend, and now my wife. parked inside her mom's apartment complex. The mom didn't really like me, and still doesn't, so we had to just hang out in the truck. We're sitting there listening to music and talking all night as usual in that damn truck. We both have the windows down because we're smoking a cigarette, and we heard the strangest sound coming from a crowded area of trees. To this day, I cannot explain or mimic the sound it made. Sometimes I just sit and think about it, and like an idiot, try to make the sounds it made. But it was such a creepy, weird sound, it made me and my girlfriend sick to our stomachs. We were struck with fear, we haven't even seen the thing yet, and my girlfriend ends up opening her door and starts vomiting. I also feel like vomiting, but I refuse to vomit. I'm a little baby, and I'll fight it. I start rubbing her back as she's throwing up, and I'm looking out of the car trying to find what's making that noise. Until finally, I spot a massive bird-like figure perched on a tree, but only for about 2 or 3 seconds. And I see it spread its wings and jump out the opposite side of the tree where I couldn't see. That was a wrap for the night. I walked her to her door to make sure she got home safely, and I had the luxury of driving myself back home. When I was in elementary, I remember staying up many nights staring at this shadow through my open door in the hallway. It was weird because the shadow would turn from a little girl in what looked like a dress and those see-through things brides used to cover their face. Then it would change to what looks like a taller man wearing a hat. It was like she was following me anywhere I went, because when I saw the shadows, it was in my own home. But when I first got the real glimpse of her, it was my grandparents' home. Once again, when I was younger and elementary, my grandparents just picked me up from school, and I was hanging out at their house. I was in the guest room playing my PlayStation when I saw through the glare of the TV, looking out the window, their dog Cinnamon was jumping around trying to bite something. I brushed it off but did a double take and actually started and saw a little girl jumping around holding a dress in both hands, trying to get away from the dog as it kept on snipping at her. Oh my god, that made my heart stop. I ran out of the room and hung out around my grandparents. I didn't tell them anything because they're not very superstitious, but neither was I, until you have the proof right in front of your face. The next encounter is debatable. I debate myself on this all the time because it was just a dream. So it's not like I think about this little girl all the time and always looking over my shoulder, so I don't know why I had this dream. It felt so real. I was in my grandparents' house's living room and I saw the little girl standing in the middle of the room. I got up from the sofa and started walking towards her, but for some reason, I wasn't scared. As I got closer, I could see her face better and it was really wrinkly and brown. But I still, for some reason, was not scared. She was just staring at me, didn't say a word, and lifted up her right hand where she was holding a leaf. And it was really bright and had like a golden starry atmosphere around it. Normally, the stuff would freak me out, but in the dream, I reached for the leaf that she was handing me, and once I'd touched it, I woke up. The last thing that ties this whole thing together with this little girl is that my mom has dealt with her as well. But the extra weird thing is that I never met my mom until I was either 16 or 17 years old, and I knew nothing about her. But when we finally met one day, we got into the discussion of the supernatural. And I never told her my stories about the little girl, but she told me a story of her seeing and describing the same little girl I've been seeing my whole childhood. Her story, in short, was that when she was younger, like in elementary, she was with her parents looking at a new apartment. And while her parents were busy looking at the apartment, she wandered off and started playing with some little girl in another vacant apartment. She said they were playing hide and seek and tag, but when her parents got pissed at her for running off, she told them that she was playing with this little girl in the apartment. So they looked in the apartment, but nobody was there. So yeah, I didn't know. I was really skeptical about me being a paranoid crazy person until my mom confirmed what I've been seeing. Storywood. That was the name of the street where I lived from first grade to I think 9th. I remember the first year in the house. Everything was fine. Normal living and just enjoying the new house. Until the following year, on my older sister's birthday. My sister didn't get the present she expected that day at her sleepover and birthday party. For some unknown reason, my father thought it'd be a good idea to buy a Ouija board, which we played that night. The setting is in my living room, lights off except a lamp. My dad opens up the Ouija board while my sister and her friends and I sit in a circle, wondering what the heck kind of board game this is. My dad explained the game and we played. I believe this was when it all started, a series of haunted events. After using the board, once we put it in a hallway closet, covering it with blankets and pretended it wasn't there. When we played the first time, nothing crazy happened. My sister and I just felt uneasy about it. Sucked too, because the VHS tapes were in that closet, and we were terrified to open it and snatch a movie. Oh, and the great thing was that it was closer to my room right by my door. I remember night after night laying in my bed with my door open, and by the closet I'd see shadows casting from a candle in the hallway. These shadows were changing from what looked like a tall man with a hat on, like a police formal hat, and it would shrink down to what looked like a little girl in a dress and veil. Every night I'd stare at it, praying to God everything would be okay. Everything was, but then things got weirder in the years to come. It's embarrassing, but this happened while I was on the toilet. So there I was, doing what I do best on the toilet, and out of nowhere, a shampoo bottle falls from the tub, and I hear hard stomping on the roof, followed by chains rattling. I freaked out, and the stomping continues for about 3 more seconds as the white rough paint falls from the ceiling. I quickly got decent and ran from my first stepmom's room, heart pounding, and asked if my dad was on the roof. I expected a yes. I got a no. I kept challenging her, trying to get her to admit they're messing with me. I looked for our only vehicle outside. Gone. Weird. Once, in the middle of the night, my dad and I awoke to screaming and crying from my sister. When my dad got there first, she was in the fetal position under our table, crying and pointing toward the living room. She said my great-grandmother was standing there. She's dead. After a couple minutes, she said she was gone. Turns out, she had her first asthma attack while she was sleeping and she woke up seeing my great-grandma, shaking her to wake up. That's why she had the whole freak out. Maybe she was trying to help her. I remember my punching bag swinging by itself when we would come home, and obviously no one was there. I remember the heavy feeling in that house. Things got bad in that house. I blame my dad, for 1, bringing the Ouija board in our life, and 2, for being a child molester. I'm not excusing his responsibility for what he did. I don't talk to him anymore, but I think that house had something to do with it, because as soon as he was arrested, he was gone. I finally walked through the house, and I don't feel anything like it felt like when I was in the 1st grade. I didn't even realise it till like 3rd visit, there to mow the lawn for the tenant. It's peaceful now. So about a year ago at school, I had a weird and possibly unexplainable experience. I was sleeping in my dormitory. I slept opposite to the door. Next to me was a whole row of bunk beds. Bunk beds opposite to and the same thing opposite to me. We slept in, so having cold nights and people getting in and out was frankly common, and I didn't mind. I would often close the door and go back to sleep, or I'd ask my friends. We were using bunk beds, and everything was normal, and the nights went as usual. One day, I was sleeping and all of a sudden, my eyes just opened. I couldn't really explain why, but my body was acting like it was in a flight or fight mode. I calmed down and looked around, and then I saw a tall, dark figure. He was standing next to my bed, and he was just standing there, breathing heavily. Then he sat on my bed. He looked at me, breathing even more heavily, and it was getting closer and closer to my face, but I couldn't make out the details. But what I could make out is that his breath smelled like one of my friend's morning breath, who I'll call Resler for privacy reasons. So I told the figure, thinking it was my friend, to cut it out. The figure looked surprised and looked at me for a while. It stopped as it retracted its face from mine and stood up and climbed on my bunkmate's bed. I'll call Phil in for the same reasons. The next morning, when we were woken up and told to make our beds, I asked Resler if he was the one who did that late at night. He said he was sleeping, and he doesn't really like bothering his sleep just for a petty prank. I believed him, and I asked Phelan whether he was the one who did it, since the figure climbed up to his bed. He said he didn't do anything the previous night because he was dead asleep and he doesn't like wasting his time on such useless matters like that. I made the conclusion that it was sleep paralysis, but the thing is, I could move my body during that experience, and I could talk while having that experience, and I could feel nothing really changed, and I could move my body if I wanted to. I wasn't really satisfied with their answer, and asked around the entire dorm, asking people left and right if they had done it, but knowing our strict time for waking up, they said they don't really do those things, and even if they did, they would do it while some people were still awake. So when they do it, everyone could have a laugh or two. I even went as far as to ask people from the neighbouring dorm if they did it, but to no avail. So I just gave up on it and forgot about it. Until another night, where I was sleeping as usual, and in our dorm since I was near to the door opposite to me, where some of the dorm mates that I knew. On this day, I woke up again with the same sense of fight or flight mode, and I saw a tall, dark figure looking at the people who were sleeping at the top bunk. Then, the guy who was sleeping on the left rolled to the right, where he was looking, but it looked like he wasn't even awake. He was closing his eyes. The figure looked on the top bunker on the right, and he bends down to look at the guy who was sleeping at the bottom bunk on the left. I thought it was the bunkmate on the right who was just checking in on them. When I raised up my head to get a clear picture, he disappeared. The next morning I asked him about it. He said he was sleeping and he doesn't remember doing anything like that, and so he spread the word around that a demon or even a person might be doing this, and the whole dorm was on alert to keep ourselves safe. The dorm started a whole religious phase where every night someone prays for the entire dorm, and everyone recites the Lord's Prayer and goes to sleep. It seemed like it was successful because no one reported seeing it ever again. However, this year, a few months back in January, February, 2 of my friends reported seeing a tall, dark figure watching them. He was just standing there breathing heavily. One of them was sleeping at the top bunk and he said he could literally see no face. He was so terrified, he just covered himself with the blanket over his head, while my other friend reported just seeing his legs, and he said they looked abnormal, and he could just hear it breathing and standing there. They waited for a while and he disappeared. Again, the word spread and the dorm did the religious phase again, and it seemed effective again. But there was a final sighting at a nearby dorm. My friend who stays in that dorm and who's a religious guy reported seeing a figure walking slowly to him. He reported seeing it as a tall, dark figure that looked like it was a pyramid for a head. He said he saw it in the outline of it. I told him to swear on the Bible that he was saying the truth, and since he doesn't take that kind of swearing as a joke, he swore he also reported that when he locked eyes with it, it stood like a statue, not moving an inch. Since he was scared of it, he closed his eyes and put his blanket over his head. And ever since that night, he's been praying even more and got more religious. Never sighted that thing ever since. Can someone possibly explain this? Aliens. I saw a man in public once who was almost fully dressed, with the only exception being his hands and face, but he was wearing sunglasses. It was a hot day, so him having such an amount and thick clothing on was weird. However, the clothing wasn't baggy. What was strange to me was his arms were extremely long compared to the rest of his body and looked like his elbows bent the other way. Like if he was to get his arm naturally, his hand could easily touch his shoulder blade. A way to describe this man's proportions is, open an editing program and get an image of a 6-foot man. Then squish the image in on itself, slightly from the sides. Doesn't grow in height, but becomes unnaturally thin. Tic-tac looking head, etc. But edit his arms to look unnaturally long. Think how Sonic characters' arms look, almost touching the floor from the tips of their fingers. He was interacting somewhat with his surroundings, and people did notice him there, swerved around to get past him. But nobody noticed how oddly dressed or how long his arms were. looked about 30. Another time was when I looked out of my bedroom window. Saw a weird looking shape in the sky one time, about dusk. Think the Triforce from The Legend of Zelda. 3 triangular shapes where each point had a blue-white glowing orb on it. 9 glowing orbs in total, as the triangles didn't meet, leaving way for all 9 glowing orbs. The triangles were faintly outlined with lines. I tried getting a photo of it on my DS, as I had no mobile at the time, but the quality was too poor to even bother with it. It hovered around the place for about 10-ish minutes before vanishing into thin air after I looked away for a second or so. Unexplainable. I encountered a weird woman. She was telling me about demons and the sort. That night, I fell asleep alright, but woke up to hearing howling in the distance. Wasn't one of our or nearby dogs, and didn't sound like an animal either, somewhat human. Fell asleep as I didn't think much of it and woke up to a black room, yet the lights were still on. Like if someone put a sheet of black plastic over my eyes, but you could still barely see through it. My eyes were fully opened and I could sit up and move about alright, as I needed the restroom. Went back asleep and woke up at about twilight. The most heaviest thing felt like it was pressing down on my chest, like an elephant calf was sitting on it. I closed my eyes and heard that howling noise again, but felt like it was coming from on top of me. It was loud and sent me into a panic. I saw the woman again a week later, and the first thing she said was, "Did you hear the howling too?" and told me she went through something similar. She was in her 40s and I was 16 or 17 at the time. Saw some goatman humanoid figures when I was in a forest on a trip to primary school. It wasn't Halloween either, and his body proportions looked too good to be cosplay. His legs bent in the natural deer-goat looking way, and I know this illusion can be pulled off decently well if you look at fursuits, but this was bent so much that it couldn't have been a cosplay suit. His arms looked overly hairy, and he had little stubs as horns. He was in the forest, sitting on a rock with a cloak on. I started looking at him, then I noticed him standing up to take his cloak off. He wasn't wearing anything, and his body was human-like but cut off to goat legs at his belly button section. His feet looked part human, part hoof. His face looked more diamond-shaped, akin to a goat, but still had human-esque features like normal eyes, mouth, nose, by what I could tell. This was not a part of the experience of the trip, as we went to do bird watching and to collect leaves and acorns for a school project. Nobody else, as far as I'm aware, saw it, and I'm not in contact with anybody from primary school to even ask. Recently, on the bus home from college, I saw a flying figure in the sky. It wasn't a bird or any kind of flying machine like helicopter or drone, etc. It looked similar to the Grim Reaper with his scythe. Torn up, clacked, ghostly-looking thing. I'd say about 200 feet up in the air. Just flying there, not fast. Just talking about pretty much. Not doing anything. Just like what he does as a hobby to relax yourself in his pastime. I saw him for about 10 minutes as there was a road blockage due to a car/van crash. I overheard people speaking to each other about the crash a few days later, and one of them said, "Yep, both drivers died as well as a passenger in the van." I once saw a white blonde woman on their laptop minding their own business at a cafe. I was outside waiting for someone and looked around and then looked back into the cafe, and where that woman was sitting, a black man was sitting there now. Shaved head, bearded with glasses on. The same laptop, cup of drink was in the same place. I thought nothing of it as she could have left and he took the spot. 3 minutes later, the person changed again. This time he looked like an Indian, shaved man with long hair and an ear piercing. I never saw a white woman or black man walk out of the coffee shop, and there was only one exit. So I've just moved in with my boyfriend's grandparents' house while they're in Florida, because we're waiting to close on a house we're getting. Before, we were doing long distance and I visited him there. During the visit, there were multiple times that I felt terrified, but I believe that the order is very important, so I'm going to try and lay it out chronologically. First visit, 2-week stay. My boyfriend shows me the basement, and we're walking around together and it feels off and creepy, and I think we're being watched. But it's a basement. I try to think nothing about it. The basement continues to feel a terrible line for the first time, and steps into the basement and immediately feels terrified. Have a panic attack, but chalk it up to not living in a place with a basement in a while. I've decided I'm just afraid of basements now, I guess. I randomly wake up in the middle of the night with this terrible feeling that someone is standing in the room watching us. I've never felt something like that before, and I woke up my boyfriend saying that someone is in the room watching us. I eventually fell back asleep. The basement continues to feel terrible every time I do laundry, and I run when down there. There's a specific corner I never visit and do not want to, so I just ignore it. The visit ends. The move in. 3 months later and a bit more permanently. I walk into the place and still feel weird like before, but I just yell out, "I'm back, ghosties," as my boyfriend and I made a joke of it. The basement continues to feel terrible, but I need to do laundry, so I suck it up. My boyfriend finally introduces me to the corner I was afraid to go into. Turns out it's a corner that turns into a smaller room with antique furniture and figurines. I like the furniture, it's cute. We sit on the couch and the basement becomes something a lot more manageable. I go into the basement a couple days later and it feels completely fine. I'm very surprised, it even feels brighter. And I finally feel more at ease in the house. My boyfriend and I make a couple of ghost-related jokes. That night, I woke up to a small pinch at my side. It wasn't malicious and it was playful, but it freaked me out. At the time, even though it was scary, I thought the pinch was almost playful, but as everything got scarier, I'm starting to think it was more condescending. Anyway, I physically felt it, that's for sure, but it wasn't on the side that my boyfriend was. I freak out a bit, wake him up, but fall back to sleep. The blinds to one of the windows were open in the bedroom, blinds that I thought about several times opening but kept forgetting. They were just randomly open. My boyfriend said he didn't open them, but that I did and probably forgot. I know 100% that I didn't. I begin to have incredibly scary dreams, all taking place in the house and all include the same deafening loud buzzing noise. Now I'm waking up screaming and kicking and my boyfriend and I are getting no sleep. Soon, everywhere in the house, daytime or nighttime, I feel like someone is watching and following me around the house. No matter where I go, it's especially intense in the bathroom and bedroom. I haven't been in the basement, too scared to, like someone is breathing over my shoulder. I first begin to think the nightmares are just scaring me and I'm afraid to be alone, as I feel better when my boyfriend gets home, but now, at around 9 p.m, even when he's right next to me, I feel an awful feeling of being followed and watched. All of this is coming from the hallway towards the bedroom and bathroom. There were even more chills than usual, as the house was always cold. When in bed, I felt a cold breeze hitting the back of my neck, but my back was to the window, so I turned around. That same cold breeze continued to hit my neck at the exact same spot, even though the window wasn't behind me anymore. This is consistent most nights, and in the shower, when the feeling of being afraid of the bathroom was at its peak, a strong breeze blew in and hit the back of my neck only. The door was open a tad bit, but no windows were open, and I don't think it's possible for there to be that strong of a breeze from another room. I just wanted to ask if this sounds like something to worry about. I had to leave the house and go to a relative's house. It's seriously messing with my head. I was thinking that something was in the basement and has followed me upstairs, because I've been giving it so much attention. However, I do have anxiety and I am bipolar, so I'm also worried it might just be my own head doing crazy things, as it's known to do that. This story gives me chills whenever I tell it. I was 13 when I first experienced paranormal activity in my house. I was taking a bath and then suddenly the door opened. I saw a black shadow as the curtains. After about 3 seconds, all of the combs in my bathroom got thrown at me. The bathtub curtains were the reason I didn't get hit. I called for my parents' help because I was terrified, but the only thing they did was ask me, why are all the combs on the floor? This happened 2 more times. Nothing else happened for about 4 more months. I was home after English lessons with my parents. I asked if I could start walking faster because I needed to pee, and they said, sure, go ahead. We'll be home in about 5 minutes. Once I got home, I peed and opened my PC to watch some videos. That's when I heard it. My mum was calling my name, but something wasn't feeling right. I didn't answer, and she just kept on calling. George? George? Come here, George. I have something to show you. I'm literally crying right now. I called my mother and asked her if she was home already, and she answered that she ran into some friends and that they were drinking her coffee. I said, okay, see you later, thinking of what that voice could have been. Fortunately, it stopped right after I hung up. Nothing else happened for 2 years. The last paranormal thing that happened was 1 month ago. It was midnight, and I was trying to get some sleep. My cat has the tendency to scratch my door at night, so I opened the door for her. Well, this time it was different. The scratching was way more aggressive. And after about 10 minutes of me not saying anything or opening the door, she started hitting her head against the door for 20 minutes straight. The next day she was acting normal and didn't have any injuries on her head. Guys, I'm fucking terrified. Nothing has happened since then, but something is very wrong about my house. What do I do? Sometimes during psychosis, people experience unexplainable things. In many cases of psychosis, there's nothing paranormal going on. It's just textbook psychosis of specific and commonly experienced hallucinations and paranoia and delusions. But in some cases of psychosis, there are things seen or heard that I think could be cases of the veil between the natural and supernatural, paranormal being lifted. I think sometimes the eyes are open to the spirit realm. This is certainly the case with psychedelics and hallucinogens. When one takes enough, especially with ones like DMT or ayahuasca, they have a profound out-of-body experience where they interact with entities from the spirit realm. Some people identify these as angels, fairies, intergalactic aliens, gnomes, lizards, demons, or a whole host of other shape-shifting creatures or forms of intelligence. Satan is evidently able to shapeshift. Even Satan disguises himself as an angel of light. 2 Corinthians 11:14. It's a whole lot easier to believe that there's nothing special happening during a psychotic break, whether it's induced by a chemical imbalance due to something like schizophrenia, or a change in perception caused by the introduction of a substance to the brain. It's a lot easier to write it all off as not real. The medical community cannot explain some of the phenomena and therefore writes it off as not real. Does anyone else think that there's something bigger going on that most people are not aware of because of the doors of their perception? Last Halloween, I had a crazy psychotic break where I witnessed some of the ordinary and classic hallucinations, seeing cameras, but also saw hundreds of demons and some other pretty wild stuff that I can't explain, like people turning invisible and walking through a wall. Some would explain this as the infamous shadow people, or ghosts, or jinn. I'm still trying to make sense of everything I saw, particularly those wispy, airy, ghost-like people, and have a difficult time of writing it off as a hallucination. Because when I was in rehab, this Luciferian guy, someone who worshipped Lucifer or Satan, told me, without knowing about my experience, that he used to get caught for stealing, but then he was turned onto Santa Muerte, the god of the cartel, who grants various powers, one of which is the ability to turn invisible. After praying to this god, he was supposedly able to turn invisible for a time and steal without getting caught. Just like I believe that through the power of God, the Holy Spirit, and Jesus, people have been supernaturally healed and even raised from the dead. Satan, Lucifer, demons also has powers to be able to heal, prophecy like fortune telling, and perform many other miraculous signs. The light is greater than the darkness, and Satan's power is incredibly small compared to God, who can do anything. And the battle against good and evil has already been won. But until Jesus returns and brings about the new heaven and new earth, Satan still has some powers that is used to deceive and or torment as many as possible until his time is up. So in recap, I'm strongly considering the idea that in some cases of psychosis, what is actually happening is that their eyes are being opened to the spirit realm, and they're seeing unseen realities because the veil between the natural and the supernatural or paranormal has been partially and temporarily lifted. One example of the other side of this reality, where someone was given a glimpse into the good side in the spirit realm, was in 2 Kings 6:27. And Elisha prayed, "Open his eyes, Lord, so that he may see." Then the Lord opened his servant's eyes, and he looked and saw the hills full of horses and chariots of fire all around Elisha. When I was a child, about 6 or 7 at my best guess, I lived in a haunted house. The owner's mother died there, and there were rumours that it was used as a drug den before the owner started renting it out. Anyhow, I used to see a gown float by the doorway, and I would also have very demonic dreams. 2 incidents stand out as potentially demonic to me. Once, when I was lying down to sleep, I heard a commanding deep voice say, "There's somebody in the house." That's it. No follow-up. Nothing else. I've never had another incident like that in my entire life. The second incident was one night I woke up out of a deep sleep and saw a face on the ceiling. I drew it for my mother, and she had me checked out. I was fine. So she instead had the house blessed. Never had an issue since. Fast forward until about 2.5 years ago, when my first daughter was about to be born. For about 2 months, I had a recurring nightmare where a tall man in a black hat, sort of like a top hat but misshapen, would stand at the foot of the bed and watch me. Upon waking, I would have sleep paralysis for a few seconds. In those moments, I could still see and feel him. My wife would often wake me up, claiming I was screaming, "No, who are you?" or other times, just mumbling. After my daughter was born, I only had one other incident. I was rocking her back to sleep in her crib, and I saw my wife open the door a crack and stand by it, looking in. I asked her to come in, but she didn't move. I said, "Babe?" Nothing. At the same time, I went to the door to open it all the way. I heard her groggy voice from the adjacent bedroom, our room, say, "Huh? What?" I'll never forget it. Exactly how it sounded and everything. As the door opened, I had a flash of just a white void where a face would be, along with the rest of what I can only describe as a figure exactly as tall as I am. It vanished in a moment, and I ran to my bedroom and sat in bed with my daughter. Every single hair on my arms and neck stood straight up, and I've never felt anything so terrifying since. Everything has been fine since that event for years. Here and there, random things will happen. I had a buddy stay at my house one night when my wife and daughter were with her sister, visiting her grandfather. And he said he was awoken in the early morning by 2 male voices discussing something. He asked if I had somebody come to the door in the middle of the night, and I hadn't. But other than that, nothing too out there. That said, in our most recent home, about 3 months ago, my daughter began experiencing night terrors. I had them as a kid, and they're truly heartbreaking. The only thing I can do is hold her arms and head still so she doesn't hurt herself. She'll scream at me, growl, hit me, throw herself around, the whole works. Everything I've read said they don't remember them the next day, and they're asleep for the whole thing. It's heartbreaking, but it makes me feel better knowing she doesn't remember the incidents. Anyway, around the same time this started, things started moving around in the house. We'll hear cabinets open and shut, hear something thump or bang, and I've even seen shadow figures hiding around walls as I walk past. One night, while reading to her, she and I both witnessed a sock move itself across her bedroom floor. I know she saw it too, because when I walked her by the spot on the floor to get her out of the room, she stopped and looked down at it, clearly puzzled. I tried to play it off to her, and my wife and I chalked it up to air currents. Yeah, right. I saged home immediately after, and I've been trying to keep everyone's minds off of it. However, it's getting worse. My daughter's waking up in the middle of the night screaming, "No," or "Mine." Sometimes she seems like she's having a conversation with someone, but when we go in to investigate, obviously nothing is there and she's fast asleep. Last night, something happened on the monitor that I couldn't explain. I took a photo of it, but unfortunately I have no way to share them here. For about 30 seconds, I could see a large, shadowy head behind my daughter on the monitor. I took a photo of it on my phone to send to my buddy to see what he thought. Wife was asleep at this point with our 4-month-old. When I checked the monitor again, it was gone. To me, it was clear as day, and although he says he sees it, he thinks it could just be a shadow. Anyhow, I'm at my wit's end. I'm terrified that I've harboured something all these years from my childhood, and now it's planning to torment my daughter. Does anyone have any experience with this or any advice? Anything at all, I'll take it. I thought the saging would help, but it almost seemed to tick it off and made things worse. So let me start by saying, my trailer is slightly tilted down to the left when looking at it front facing. My bedroom is on the left side of the house, and I'm facing the same way as you would look at my house on my TV in my bedroom, which is probably the most tilted part of the house. Now this is not by very much, but it can be noticed in the supporting wall on the outside, underneath my bathroom, which was on the very end of the left side of the house, as it had small cracks and settling for as long as I can remember. I will also say the house has been settled since I moved in, as far as I can tell. There are only 2 taut straps underneath actually grounding it, and the wind does seem to rock the house slightly in very severe storms. Same with very close lightning strikes, but seemingly no short-term issues, from a normal standpoint. That being said, this 8-cube dresser is sideways, so 2 cubes tall and 4 cubes long, with a 55-inch Samsung TV, wired speaker system, and my switch on it that's all moving. It's in the direction that the house is tilted, but it's never noticeable until it's like, whoa. But I have my phone chargers in between this cube stand and another 6 cube I have with a desktop to hold my PC and second monitor. And every night I plug in my phones and set my alarms, etc. I never see a big difference in the placement of the TV stand. But I just went out to my refrigerator to get a soda and came back, and I swear it was off noticeably by about 10 inches. Like it had to have been pulled towards my closet, and I would have noticed any other time it was off, even close to how bad it was. Like there was a giant gap between the 2 cubes, but it's like nothing get really disturbed on the cube dresser, and no other furniture moves aside from that. I use a leather futon with a soft shag on top of it as a bed and sofa, and so it has small round legs instead of big thick legs, etc. That causes the legs to put spots in the carpet where you can tell it's been there before. Well, I haven't moved the futon in a while, and I don't think it can even move itself because of the dug-in spots, disallowing it to slide anywhere. But it's like how I sit and put my legs through one of the cubes. Nothing makes sense. It's like when the TV stand moves. The futon where I sit is still aligned with the cube I put my feet through, but there's no visible sign that the futon itself moves, just the TV stand. But of course, when I fix the TV stand, I have to move the futon so it lines up right. My last thing is that very rarely I'll lay down and feel like there's small earthquakes. Like very small, so much so that everything would just seem like it's still. But as soon as I lay to rest, I can feel them inside my body. And when it happens, I immediately grab my phone and look at the local earthquakes, etc., but nothing comes up. I've had thoughts that the house is above a ticking time bomb sinkhole, and it's only a matter of time. But I've lived here for 6 years, and I had the earthquake feeling like a week ago, but it didn't happen last night, before today when my dresser moved. There's all sorts of actually unexplainable stuff that happens to me, especially like how fluid and in control of my life I actually am. But also how everything in my life happens perfectly coincidentally, especially when it's stuff not in my control, and I have no chance of coming across it till the circumstance, but it always works out in my favour. That is to say, as if there is otherworldly influence based on what I expect to happen, multiple timelines, etc. I also have insane dreams, of which I mostly lucid dream, but have the every 6 month plus case of sleep paralysis, etc. and feel like it's all connected. This is the third time the dresser has moved in such a noticeable fashion in such a short amount of me being gone. And I found similar results on here through multiple Google searches, so figured I'd post here. I know for a fact I'm sane. I'm a literal and very logical thinker. That's what fuels my fear of the unknown being the only fear that I have. Though that extends to the dark and water, etc., of course. So I work as an assistant in nursing, AIN, called a CNA in America. I work night shifts through an agency, meaning I work at all kinds of facilities and places, not just at one place. I was at an aged care facility, nursing home. Upstairs, down one corridor with another AIN, an RN, and 2 residents. They had just had a fight as one had dementia and tried to go into the other's room at a bit past 3 in the morning. I understand, for reference, we were standing about 2/3 down the hallway, which was fairly lit until halfway down, so the corridors aren't too bright. We have enough light on so we can see everything to the end clearly, but not enough to disturb people. At the end of the hallway, there were 2 rooms opposite each other, the one on the right being empty, as the previous resident had passed away a few months ago. As the 3 of us are trying to diffuse the situation and get them into their rooms, I'm standing with my back to the wall, standing between the residents while the other 2 talk to the residents about the situation. I get this weird feeling like something isn't quite right. Looking back on it now, I realise it felt like I was being watched for somewhere down the end of the corridor, an instinctive feeling. So I look over, and that's when I see it, a brief flash of movement. I saw a black shadow figure run from left to right between the 2 rooms at the end of the corridor. No colour, not transparent, and definitely not a person. Although it was of the shape of a tall man. I only saw her for a second though, because as soon as it entered the darkness again of the room, it disappeared. I felt my whole body go numb. I'd had weird experiences I couldn't quite explain before, but never anything like this. We finished dealing with the situation and got them both back to bed, and went to sit in the nurse's station. Once the RN left, I spoke to my co-worker, a lady I've worked with plenty of times before, and we have a mutual trust and understanding. She also has a very confident demeanour of no bullshit. After a while, I started to realise what it was I could have been looking at, and I was getting increasingly disturbed. We eventually got to the topic of creepy things we've experienced on night shifts, and were talking about our stories, hearing things we can't explain, buzzers going off for empty rooms, things being moved or buzzers being turned off, when the residents in the rooms most definitely can't do it themselves. After a bit, I explain what I saw earlier in the night to her, and she just stops, looks at me with a serious face, and tells me to again describe the figure as best I can. A tall, shadow figure, no distinct features, shape of a tall man. Her smile faded quickly, and she paused for a minute, taking a deep breath before explaining that I'm not the first to see him. A few of the night staff in that wing had seen him, including herself, and they think it's the resident who died in that end room, as he fits the description. This resident was also incredibly protective over one of the ladies down the hall a bit, as they thought he was in love with her, and she was quite gentle and frail. She told me of the time she went to check on this lady after her buzzer went off, but as she walked in, it had already been turned off. This was for a resident who was almost entirely immobile now, and couldn't reach the off button herself. As she walked in, a bit back from the foot of the bed, was the same shadow figure, standing facing the door, waiting for her to come in and watched her. She checked if the resident looked okay and ran out of the room. It barely moved, but it turned slightly so as to keep watching her at all times. She got a co-worker to check the room and nothing was there when they both went back. We then decided to check the end room it ran into earlier, and nothing. The only thing out of the ordinary was the wardrobe doors were wide open, as well as the bathroom door, both with the locks somehow still engaged and working. I should also mention, these are normally kept locked when the room is vacant, so to stop wandering residents from going in and hiding or getting lost. But what we did notice was that the room felt abnormally cold and had a very dark feeling. I've been back to work there several times since, and that room is still empty, and still has the same feeling in it. I've heard some strange things down there too, but nothing that you couldn't make up a decent explanation for. Great place to work, but I'll never go down there alone again. We're also pretty sure that he stays around to watch over her and protect her, like he did before he passed. But I can't get over the overwhelming darkness you feel in that room. So recently, a couple of months ago, I moved into a new place. I've always been a paranoid and scaredy cat kind of person, but I've never really experienced anything major since I was a kid. When I first moved into my new place, I noticed right away that I felt very safe in my new room, which was nice because with my previous place, I always felt unnerved and scared all the time. But recently, I've been waking up multiple times at night for no reason. Usually, I'm a pretty heavy sleeper and rarely wake up in the middle of the night. I've been having some pretty messed up dreams, and my anxiety level has been a lot higher than usual. I always see shadows out of the corner of my eye, but I always kind of played that off as the dim lighting in the house. That being said, the current house I'm living in is about 100 years old. 2 nights ago, when I woke up in the middle of the night, I saw a shadow near my mirror that looked to be in the shape of a man. When I woke up again later, I saw the same shape of a man sitting on my couch, which is across from my mirror. Last night, I woke up and the man was standing closer to my bed. I didn't really see his face, but it almost looked like he was wearing an old t-shirt and he was quite skinny. Fortunately, I didn't have any weird dreams last night, but one thing I noticed was I experienced more when I was alone. I thought maybe I'd play it off as this weird shadow I saw when I was a kid. But for some reason, I feel like this thing is a lot friendlier. It doesn't feel as though it had bad intentions, just trying to make itself known, possibly. When I was a kid and just moved into my foster home, I used to see this shadow man in my room who always wore a hat and would watch me sleep in the corner of my room. I'd always wake up and would see him sitting or standing there watching me. Let me start by saying that I'm not a big paranormal believer. As a matter of fact, this might piss some of you off, but I wouldn't really say I believe in the paranormal to begin with. I'm the kind of person who looks for the logical explanation when something strange happens. However, yesterday I experienced something that left me wondering, is there even a logical explanation? I visited my grandparents the other day and stayed overnight. My grandparents live in a house in a suburb with a few thousand residents in total. The residence has 2 floors that are connected internally. In other words, the house consists of 2 separate apartments. They used to rent the upstairs apartment for almost 2 decades. 3 or 4 different people have lived in it over the years. No one lives in it now. So whoever visits usually just leaves their stuff there and sleeps on the bed. There are 2 rooms. A small bathroom and a big room that has everything else in it. A small kitchen, a small dining area and a bedroom. Basically 2 sofa beds next to the kitchen. It isn't the ideal apartment, but it's fine for a couple of days. Me and my brother came back from a night out, it was about 3 a.m, and started chatting a bit. After an hour or so, my brother started getting ready to go to sleep. He eventually fell asleep at around 4:15. It was a very quiet night. No wind, no noise, no nothing. Half an hour later, at approximately 5 a.m, I heard a noise. It sounded like a heavy step, like someone kicked the ground outside the door. Moments later, I started hearing what sounded like a heavy person dancing hysterically right outside the apartment. I froze. I've never experienced a sound similar to this. The only sound that could be heard was that of the steps, or whatever they were, hitting the ground. My body and my brain couldn't comprehend what was happening. I switched to survival mode. I woke up my brother, who also didn't know how to react to the sound. Sound lasted about 40 seconds. It stopped abruptly and didn't occur again. What was scary was how near us it was. It sounded like it was 5 feet away from where we were. Sadly, my brother didn't get to listen to it for more than 10 seconds, and that he had just woken up. so he wasn't able to form a complete opinion on what the sound sounded like. I myself can't describe it decently. The only way I can describe it is steps. Like someone or something heavy, at least 50 kilograms, started jumping up and down hysterically and with no rhythm. My father literally thinks it was the ghost of an old tenant. He says he thinks the upstairs apartment is haunted, and that's why he never sleeps in it. I don't really believe in ghosts, but I honestly can't explain that sound. As an adult, I truly dislike horror movies. Don't get me wrong, I can enjoy a thriller or mindbender, but just straight up gore or paranormal stuff gives me the willies. Just not a fan. I believe it stems from one experience in particular. When I was 7, my parents got divorced. By the time I was 11, both of my parents had remarried. I also have a sister 3 years younger than me. My dad had married his girlfriend who also had daughters. They were all older and always teased me for being such a scaredy cat. They'd jump out from behind doors just to watch me scream and crumple. We all had a good laugh about it, no harm done. In our condo, I had to share a room with my younger sister because the older girls needed their own rooms. One night, when I was about 12 or 13, my sister was sleeping over at a friend's house, so I finally had the room to myself. I played Xbox, stayed up late, and decided to go to bed around midnight. Once I flicked off the light, I jumped in bed and pulled the covers over me. That's when I saw her, out of the corner of my eye as I was rolling to my side to go to sleep. I gasped and sat upright, staring at the end of my bed. There was a woman. Head hanging down like she was studying what the footboard was made of. Dark hair obscuring all of her facial features, except for her very fair skin. Her hands gripped the footboard, just inches from my feet. My toes curled and I tried not to move. She didn't do anything. She never made a noise. She didn't reach for me. She was just there. I watched, holding my breath, unsure what to do. I didn't want her to attack me or something. I didn't want her to get out of bed, for fear of disturbing her. I decided the best course of action was to call for my dad, as he would know what to do. I opened my mouth in an attempt to get some words out, but nothing. My eyes were still locked on her, a chill running down my spine. Finally, my hoarse voice got out, "Dad," and he didn't move. I got a bit more courage and said, "Dad," and again she stayed still. Finally, I yelled, "Dad," and turned towards the door, just slightly as I looked for the light to turn on outside my door. And when I realised I looked away, I quickly turned back and she was gone. My dad burst in, moments later, wondering what had happened. All I could tell him was that I had a bad dream. Needless to say, I didn't sleep much that night. I've just moved into a new house, and I'm scared. I've been living here for about a month now. It's newly constructed, by a couple of years. The first couple of weeks I felt so bright and cheery. Everything felt great. I got great vibes from everything about it. I felt like I'd made a great decision. Also, to preface, I do have a carbon monoxide detector. I put it on the first night. My first couple of nights sleeping here has already started. I would have auditory hallucinations right before falling asleep, which I've never had before. I would hear a whisper in my ear. The first one was, "Hello, how are you?" And I quickly snapped awake. Then there were the sounds of yelling, people bustling around me, etc. But I quickly snap up and nobody is there. I quickly started having vivid nightmares every night. I don't usually have vivid dreams and haven't had nightmares in forever. It would be things like seeing the inside of my body and my heart was infested with larvae. They were squirming in and out of the tide of my blood. I'd see my house swarming with infestation. I'd be hurt, tortured, and killed. My insides were usually always rotting and crawling with bugs. I shrugged this off as it's just dreams, even though it's scary. In the third week, everything quickly went downhill. I decided to do a full tank change on my axolotl tank. It fell and crushed my fingers and leg. Then I discovered a large ant infestation in the tank below it. They were so disgusting. They left a black, gooey grime everywhere they were, festering in corners, crawling over one another. It made me retch and gag. I quickly went out, vacuumed, sprayed, and placed traps. I was done with tank change when I noticed all of the poison ants started running to the inside of the tank below, drowning and killing themselves in it. I urgently moved the fish into another tank, and a pregnant black widow crawls up from the side. I spray her down and move her out. Then, a mystery hole appears in the drywall. Spiders crawl out, crawl on the ceiling and jump onto me from the ceiling while I'm in bed. I have a high loft bed. Pest people have no clue what made the hole, but it keeps getting bigger. They find no termites or cause. Then I notice the fish shelf is breaking. I go out to buy a new shelf, and Lowe's catches on fire while I'm in it. I leave and go wherever else I can find a new shelf, get one and move my tanks onto it when all glass on the tank breaks and they all fall. This is a new tank, less than a year old and a good brand. I put them in a bucket and bought them a new tank. I clean and add a new filter, a new heater, and feed them good night. I wake up and all of their skin is falling off and they're half dead. If I emergency change the water, it does no good. Then my cat gets cat fleas from I don't know where. He starts to retch and vomit and peeing blood. Half of my electrical appliances met their end in the last few days. I threw away so many things, it pains me. Things for my fish, extension cords, vacuums, my hair curler fizzled and burned. The heater on the tank stopped heating and instead sent electrical shocks. This all happens in a few days, after the hello and the dreams. You could say it's just bad luck and bugs, but it's too much at once and doesn't feel right. My dreams, they tried to warn me. And this whole thing, there's something rhythmic tapping in the ceiling. No scurrying, AC heat off, no water damage. It knocks every hour or so. Sometimes it's short, sometimes it's long. It's always from the same spot. Sometimes there's a bang. That one happens in different spots, usually above my head. Sometimes I hear knocking at the door, and when I go to answer, nobody is there. I keep seeing stuff out of the corner of my eye. No figure, just a shadow or a light moving across the room. It feels like large bugs are crawling under my skin all of the time I'm in the house, and it burns, like I'm on fire. Although this could be because I'm on such high alert, I am so scared. This all happens in a few days. I left and went to my dad's for a few days because I couldn't take it anymore. I felt so good there. As soon as I come back and step foot inside the house, I just feel so much dread. I feel so much better as soon as I step outside. But one step inside, my stomach suddenly drops. What happened to the good vibes the first couple of weeks? It feels so dark and trapped in here. It used to feel so light and free. But the horrors never end. The pest people sprayed after I found the ants, but they found no large issues. They sprayed anyway because I needed it for peace. The spiders still haunt me. The hole scares me. The whispers, the dreams, the death of my fish. I love them so much. They find nothing in the attic. I make sure they check it many times, so why does the tapping not end? I sleep with all the lights on in this dreaded house to the sound of tap, 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 tap. Most often in bouts of 9s and 7s. It's getting louder and louder. So my house has always had weird things happening. Kids looking upstairs and screaming and crying and refusing to go upstairs. People saying they've seen things on the landing or top of the stairs. Things in the bathroom falling at the same time every night. That sort of stuff. 2 nights ago, my sister told me it felt like she was shaken awake. She was confused because her little boy was fast asleep next to her. She thought nothing of it and went to the toilet. I heard a banging noise like something had fallen or someone tripped. And then seconds later, I hear my sister run back into her room. I texted her and asked if she fell, and she said no. The noise came from her little boy's room, but he's fast asleep in her room. The light in the bathroom starts flickering, and we hear nothing else out of the ordinary. But I then noticed my bedroom door open a crack, but I definitely closed it. I close it again, turn around in bed. My door is directly next to my bed. I start feeling a pressure on my back. I turn around to try and get comfortable, and I notice my door's open again. I know it's not my sister playing pranks, because I would have heard the floorboards creaking. Now, my back is in absolute agony, and my sleep paralysis started again the night after. I know I haven't slept funny, because the ache and uncomfortable feeling on my back happened right after the noise happened and my door opened, and I was laid in the same position I always am. Has anyone else had experiences like this? I also just want to add that the room where it happened, everyone hates sleeping in. My other sister used to hear voices, and the doctors thought she was crazy. My cousin could never get sleep in there as he felt uneasy, and his baby boy would never settle when he stayed. Now, my nephew struggles sleeping in there and says it's a scary mister. He's 5 with autism. He doesn't understand how to lie about this stuff. It may just be a coincidence about my back and the sleep paralysis, but I don't know if I'm just curious to see if others have experienced something similar. I used to hear stories of a whistling hag. Old woman, 5'4", bony structure, hunchback but hidden beneath old raggedy clothing, with a stained beige women's overcoat. Usually wearing a bonnet or woolly material scarf. Sightings are to be said in the night time, especially after hours and early into the morning. Mainly target and affect children 6 to 10 years of age. Story goes, if you're a kid and having trouble sleeping and wake up after midnight, you'd hear a faint whistling in the background coming from outside. Not like a melodic whistling, but a light or smooth screeching whisper. Sort of like the old Western showdown whistle, but slow it all the way down and take out parts. Or like someone that's snaggletooth trying to whistle but in super slow motion, with a light, high-pitched with it. In your home, everyone is asleep. So you peek out your window and see this old woman standing there. Not close up, but some far away. In some other cases, she may be pushing a shopping cart-like contraption, with rubbish packed in it and a very worn, dingy blanket thrown over the cart. Then, you realise that's where the whistling is coming from, and you're scared, but the creepy whistling also makes you inquisitive. So you sneak outside your house and follow this old, raggedy woman to the next child's home. Rinse and repeat. Where the children end up, who knows? Also, stories about children and kids wandering late at night and police find them walking at 2 or 3 in the morning. They're the ones that got saved and was broken from the chain or spell. Someone sees the kid blindly wandering about and approaches them. Therefore, the woman must move on to the next without being detected and losing other valuable children. This shit always scared the piss out of me when I was a kid. Anyone hear something similar? One night when I was about 12 years old, or maybe a bit younger, I remember being excited because the planet Saturn was going to be in close proximity to Earth. I live in an apartment, so my next door neighbours, along with my family, my sister and parents, went up to the terrace to witness that historic moment. It took some time, but gradually a faint image was visible. It was of course gargantuan, but still barely visible. Slowly, the visibility increased, and we could see the rings around it. It covered about 85% of the whole sky. There was no moon, no stars, just the image of a planet that before that night I had only seen in books. No internet at that time. My father suggested that we go back down to have dinner and then come back up again. By that time it'd be even more visible. I had already had dinner, but being young, I was afraid of the shadowy terrace at night. So while they ate, I sat and waited patiently. I don't remember when I fell asleep, but I remember waking up the next morning and asking everyone if they went up again without me. They said they did, and they saw it bright and beautiful. but decided against waking me up because see it again when it happens. Don't worry so much. I remember being so mad at them. They knew how big a deal it was for me, and I was furious with myself that I couldn't stay up longer. For the next decade, this memory almost faded away from my mind. Until a month ago, when I was talking to my girlfriend, and I mentioned having memories of events that never happened. That's when this popped in my head too. I searched everywhere. Saturn has never been in close proximity to Earth. It's an outer planet with massive gravitational force. It couldn't come close without any after effects. I asked my sister and parents if they remembered that event. They said it never happened. But I remember being on the terrace and seeing it with my own eyes, so vividly. Any help would be appreciated. My apologies if I don't accept it was a dream or it's a made-up memory. I know an imaginary narrative. I know my reality. I also saw a flying bus when I was about 3 years old, but that's a story for another day. I had a strange experience 12 years ago where I had this fascination out of the blue of UFOs and feeling the need of sitting out and looking for them. I was 14 at the time, and UFOs or aliens I had never thought about before. Couldn't have cared less at that age either. The next day forced some of my family to sit in the garden with me under the stars on an amazing clear evening, and we sat talking for about 10 minutes. Then I noticed a strange white light, just like a spotlight that you would get in your kitchen. Not bright, but dull in colour, as if it was attached to something, like an oval in shape. This is how I knew it was attached. This light slowly moved over the houses to the left of us, with no noise, and stopped right in front of us, probably 100 feet in the air and about 200 feet away. Now this is where it gets weird. I feel this strange feeling erupt in my chest, like an adrenaline rush, but it wasn't. I felt like I'd lost sense of time, and where I almost as if I was unconscious. But at the same time, fixated on this light, not actually there with my body. It's hard to explain. All of a sudden, the light brightens and as best as I can describe, pings at a speed and acceleration I've never seen in my life. 20,000 miles an hour maybe, seriously fast and still no noise. I lost track of it for a second, and then something made me look up into the sky above, and I noticed the white light miles and miles up, as small as a star, and then zip into space, leaving a small trail of light behind it, like a comet. My family had said nothing the whole time. We all looked at each other after, and no one could say anything. I think everyone was beyond frightened that an object like that exists. So back in March or April of last year, I wanted to investigate a topic that's common knowledge, but I believe it doesn't have enough attention. Supposedly, Transformer films had the highest military involvement in any sci-fi movie. So eventually, after spending countless hours trying to find any theories or articles that weren't to copy and paste, or just regurgitating other articles and theories, I decided to give a FOIA request a shot. So I sent an FOIA to SOCOM and the CIA with the main topic for information on funding and involvement in films or toy companies, out of a hunch. Then, for the other two information topics I said, and for the second topic, I requested info regarding aliens, military encounters with aliens, etc., out of a hunch. Then, the third was just a lob because I couldn't think of anything, and asked for info regarding any joint military alien alliances, a tiny hunch. Obviously, I decided to keep the last two topics in theme with the movie research. I believe it was within 10 or 20 minutes that I got a message basically saying fuck off from SOCOM. So then, it just became a wait for a response from the CIA. This is when things began to get interesting. So I started the next day like any other day. I woke up, got ready for the day, said goodbye to my girlfriend, and went to the gym. After completing my workout, I began walking home in the direction of the Dunkin' Donuts. I got up to the sidewalk in between the main road and the Dunkin' parking lot, and suddenly, a guy with a camera walks up to me and asks if I'd like to answer some questions for his college project. I became kind of suspicious due to the fact that there were about 5 other people he could have asked in the parking lot, and he looked pretty old to be in college. So just out of curiosity, I decided to take part in it. So he asked me 2 questions which I can't remember, but my reply to one of them was amazing. Then he told me to write my answer in a Crayola sketchbook which weirdly had God's plan written on every page except for one. Once I wrote it down, he had me go behind Duncan to take a picture of me holding the sketchbook. We did, I gave him my number, and that was the end of it. 2 weeks or so later, I was walking through town with a friend. I was basically her babysitter, and she was in the fire academy, so we headed over to the police/fire department. 3 of my other friends happened to be there for an issue with their vehicle. So we began talking, and a sheriff pulled into the front parking lot of the police station. We were facing away from the sheriff's direction. He walked up on what used to be the stairs in the main entrance to the station, and at this second I just so happened to turn my head to look behind us and caught the sheriff taking a picture of us with an iPhone. He then went back to his car and left, and the rest of the day was normal. About 2 months later, with no contact whatsoever, the man who took my photo somehow tracked me down in the middle of town and gave me a copy of the photo, which looks like a complete mugshot as he focused more on my face than the sketchpad. He then said, "Some people said that you look like a survivor." Then he left and disappeared. I've not seen him ever since. Then, shortly after, my technology begins to act strange. My Xbox 360, which is basically a DVD player at this point, begins turning on by itself, regardless if it's unplugged or not. This happened for several months and eventually stopped. It happened again a few days ago, twice. Then, my phone signal began acting weird. The signal began going up and down frantically and on occasion lost all service for a few seconds. It's been like this for this phone I'm using now and just the one prior. Also, just recently, my phone has started transmitting my location, even though I always have the location turned off. The little logo pops up in the info/notifications bar. At my old apartment and now my new one, this occasionally happens with my Bluetooth stuff as well, where their signals are terrible for a while. Recently, I've done little tests and noticed that it goes back to normal for an hour in the morning and an hour around midnight, as if someone is tampering with it, stops, and then resumes. Now we get to the even weirder stuff that has happened within the last 3 to 4 months. That's begun getting more and more constant. My girlfriend and I have been going to the gym at around midnight for several months now, and we're usually with a bunch of regulars. We go outside for a 15-minute break and we'll notice vehicles that slow down to the point it seems like a stare down. This also sometimes happens when we're working out as well. Usually these vehicles are the same from cars to SUVs and from trucks to minivans. Then there's the occasional creepy utility van, and I know law enforcement has some vans because I've been stopped by some in the past when they're hunting people. Mind you, this is at around midnight. The streets are completely empty. All the businesses are closed. Cleaning crews have already gone home. Some gym regulars have witnessed the strangeness as well. Then, twice, me and my girlfriend have had someone film us from within the gym, to the point we've gotten creeped out and left in the middle of the workout. Last night, after a long day of experiencing many of the things above, I was in the bathroom going through constipation from my Taco Bell. My girlfriend heard beeping and then something tapped my window and it faded away. There's no trees by my windows and it happened twice, just 5 minutes apart from each other, and we're on the 3rd level of the apartment building. So ever since I was little, I've had several experiences with the paranormal. It first started when I was super young, maybe 2 or 3. Not sure, but I was in a high chair eating cereal. My parents were fighting, of course, and I started freaking out at yelling at the monster staring at the basement door. It stops their fight to have everyone come into the kitchen to watch the basement door open all the way. A few years later, we were moving out of that house and I had to go into the basement to grab some stuff. Broad daylight, about 4 p.m. As I make my way further into the basement, suddenly one of my old kid bikes comes flying at me. Then the next thing that comes in is an old mattress from when my sister slept in the basement. I got out of there super fast and the experiences stopped after that, until years later. So after moving around a lot, we finally found a home and decided no more moving. This time, being a lot older, I was now a bit more aware and interested in the paranormal. So I paid attention to the little things. It all started when we found photos of a female in the drop-down ceiling. From where it was, small things like noises, catching an orb on camera. I took a picture afterwards to see if it was just glare, and it wasn't. From there, me and a friend heard an old man walk up the stairs and cough. After this, I learned something had died in the house. After that, I got woken up at about 2 a.m. by something tapping at the bottom of my bed. I decided to ask questions and said 1 knock is yes and 2 is a no. I learned it was a female spirit in her mid-20s. After that, things died down until one day I had friends over. Nice sunny day out, and I walk up the stairs and turn on the lights, to only have them rapidly flicker then go out. As soon as they turned off, I went flying down the stairs, like something grabbed me or pushed me. I wasn't really sure, as I was just shaken from it happening. After that, it became quiet again for me, but my niece and nephew also said they heard things. Like it sounded like a dog walking up the stairs scraping their nails, but nothing tried to harm them. But me, on the other hand, it made one more attempt. I was just laying down in my room in the basement, just watching TV, when I felt a burning feeling on my stomach. To pull the covers off to find a scratch mark of 4 lines across my stomach. After that, things truly became quiet. Until I moved out to a different home, then some weird things started to happen again. It started when I was home alone in my grandma's house, as she left for a week. The first night I heard loud footsteps coming from above, but they would stop shortly, but each night they got longer and longer, until they reached the stairs. After that, I put up a ton of salt. Nothing major like that has happened since. I still randomly have my recliner chair pushed down on the extended part, but that's rare as it's only happened a few times. I did have some lights flicker once, as there was yelling going on and the stair lights flickered. But that's about it for my current experiences. In January of this year, the guy that I'd been dating died in his bedroom. I wasn't there at the time and found out about his passing through a mutual friend. His name was Tommy. Before I tell you about the weird experiences that I've had after his death, let me share one of the conversations we had that still haunts me. To begin with, I initially reached out to him because he knew my good friend Rosie, who died back in 2020. Tommy was newly single, and his ex was a girl that Rosie really didn't like, so I decided to shoot my shot. Fast forward to a couple of months into the relationship, when he tells me of a weird encounter he had. He prefaces it by saying, "Nobody's ever believed me when I tell them about this. They think I was on drugs or just making it up, but I swear I know what I saw, and it was as real as you and me." Immediately I'm intrigued, and listen intently to the following story he tells me. Coincidentally, the encounter occurred the last time that he saw Rosie before she died. It was summer 2020. He had gone to visit her with a couple of friends. At about 1 a.m, Tommy went out for a cigarette while everyone else stayed inside. As he's outside, he sees a dark figure of a man walking towards him on the sidewalk. He described the figure as being tall, maybe 8 feet or more, and shrouded in black like he was wearing a cloak. He was unable to see the figure's face, but said that he somehow knew he was an old man. The tall, dark man then talked to him, telling him amazing stories of all the things he's seen and journeys he's walked. When he went back inside, his friends asked about him, why he'd gone for an hour, and he told them what he saw. They laughed at him and thought he was making it up. Tommy was so passionate when telling me this story, I didn't doubt what he had seen. To me, it sounded like he saw the Grim Reaper, especially because it was so close to the death of our friend. Fast forward 3 weeks, and I get the call that Tommy died, and I was in shock. Weirdly enough, I had a dream the week before he died where I saw the same tall black figure. In my dream, I immediately noticed its presence in it as an energy outside my own mind. It was gliding towards me, though not directly at me. Somehow I knew to avert my gaze. In my dream, I bowed my head and kept it down. The figure moved past me, as if it was not there for me. I have vivid dreams, and this is just one of many creepy dreams I had in the weeks surrounding his death. Also, the following week, his local bar held a memorial night for him, where I was talking about the dream I had. One of his friends also dreamt of the dark man. His friend said he dreamt he saw Tommy, but he was really tall and shrouded in black, and then he gave him a hug that lasted for 7 or 8 minutes. Freaky. I'll describe the weird shit I experienced in my waking life following Tommy's passing. It was the week after he died, late at night, maybe 3 a.m. For the past hour or so, I periodically had been hearing a knocking noise, but didn't pay much mind. I was on the phone with my best friend talking to her about the dark figure, which she's also seen, and she told me it wasn't the Grim Reaper like I thought, but a dark and powerful manifestation that can hurt the people around me if I'm not careful. After we got off the phone, the knocking noise grew louder. It was getting louder, and I'm getting scared. One occurrence was so intense, it knocked a picture from my wall. As it got louder, I remember looking at my cats to see if I'm hallucinating. When it knocked again, both cats jumped in fear and then stared up at the ceiling, as if they were wondering what was making the noise. It got so loud and frightening, I woke up my roommate to sit with me, this time on the first floor because I kept hearing the noises in my room. I'm trying to describe what I'm hearing to my roommate when I hear it again. This time, the knocking was louder than anything I've heard. It felt like it came from all around me, and no longer a knock, but a loud bang bang. It felt like the floors and walls shook, and I screamed that I needed to get out of the house. I ran to the door, and even though I had unlocked it, the door wouldn't let me out. I started crying and screaming, and at that point, my roommate had reached me. He apparently had no problem opening the door, and while he did his best to comfort me that night, he said he didn't hear anything, which was frustrating. I ended up leaving that night. When I came back, I recited a protection prayer my stepmother gave me, never experiencing anything else. I've since moved to a different state, and generally been doing a lot better. The night I heard the knocking, I closed my eyes, and with intention, I told the presence respectfully it's not welcome in my life, to be gone. Despite one other paranormal event, I haven't had any other weird experiences since. I did find a dead body about a month ago, though. I feel like death follows me and I can almost see it. I feel it's important to add that the figure Tommy saw, as well as the one my best friend and I have seen, is not wearing a hat. Possibly a cloak, but the dark figure definitely didn't have a bowler or top hat. I was born and raised a Catholic, and this religion ran deep in the family. Even my ancestors all the way from China. We're now Malaysian Chinese. After a few decades, the majority of our family members are still Catholic, and one of my uncles even ended up serving the church as a priest. Point of saying this is, the teaching and beliefs of this particular religion is fairly strong in the family. So this is a story about what happened 18 years ago, a night before my grandma passed away. She had suffered diabetes more than 10 years before her passing. On top of the diabetes, she also suffered from terrible leg ulceration. To be honest, I don't know whether that's even the exact term for it, but her legs are pretty much swelling, with wounds here and there and blackish in colour for as long as I could remember. Due to the diabetes, all these wounds wouldn't heal, and the doctor said no choice but to amputate. The night before the surgery, my uncle and my cousin were keeping her company in the hospital. Visiting hours have passed, so the hospital is fairly quiet except for the noise of cars passing by on the street outside. My cousin and uncle were having conversation, but through whispers, since both of them are not sleepy, and they have to be awake anyway, in case of anything. I couldn't remember the exact time, but I think, according to my uncle, it was rather late, or nearly midnight, when the both of them saw and heard the ward door swayed and remained open, as if there was someone that came through the door and stood there. But there was no one there. What's weirder is, The ward door is an automated door. Both of them stopped talking and just stared at the door, thinking, could be doctors or nurses coming through, and they opened the door somehow. But the door remained open, with no one passing through for 5 minutes or so, and it closed back by itself, like how it used to be. Right at the moment when the door was closed, my grandma opened her eyes with the widest smile. She called my uncle and said, who just came in to visit me just now? My uncle then asked who. It's Jesus and Mother Mary, said my grandmother. Obviously, my uncle and cousin looked at each other puzzled and thought, she's just dreaming. Grandma then continued saying, they said, my legs are healed and I may come home. And obviously she's very happy to hear that. No one in the world, no matter how bad your condition, wants any parts of your body gone. Uncle then told her, good, Leah, like that. Then tomorrow we can check out and go home. But now you have to sleep, because it's still night time. She went back to sleep. The next morning, she woke up around 5 in the morning, feeling all happy after what she experienced the night before, and told the story all over again to my uncle and cousin that are still there. She drank some water and then went back to sleep feeling all joyous. She never woke up. She passed away that morning, just a few hours before doctors could cut off both of her legs. It's sad news for our big family. Her 13 children and over 30 grandchildren were all notified and asked to return home immediately. Dad, uncles and aunts went to the hospital to bring her body back for the funeral. And this is the last part of the thing that we could not explain. Her children bought her favourite cheongsam as her last attire before she's placed in the casket. As they were dressing her, they found no more swells, no more wounds on her legs, and the colour, it looks as white and as soft as a baby's skin. This is when my uncle told the story of the night before. Maybe the higher power did visit her. Maybe her leg was really healed. Maybe she's really coming home. Just that it was not our home. It was her forever home. When I was about 13, making my brother 9 or 10, we were wrapping up a day in the pool inside the house. Our mum and dad were outside finishing yard work. I was in the upstairs bathroom brushing my wet hair and spraying detangler in it. My brother came up to the doorway and he and I were talking. In between was the door, wide open, swung inwards to the bathroom. Mid-sentence comes the sound of someone hitting the door from behind it, inside the bathroom with me, hiding between the wall and the door, violently shutting the door and slamming it in between us. I couldn't even really react. I was so freaked out. I whipped open the door so fast, my brother was still there with a shocked and terrified look on his face. We ran as fast as we could outside. Mom was chilling out in the gazebo. We told her about what just happened and I could feel like she was a little scared too. She kept denying it was anything, that we imagined it. To this day, my brother still says that was definitely what happened and it still scares him. He's an EMT/firefighter now, so I don't know, to me that says something. My mom wanted to deny the experience so bad, among other ones. We jokingly brought it up this at my birthday dinner in February, which was kept me thinking about it because my mom agreed it was freaky. She said some weird stuff has definitely happened in our house. It made me a little mad because what the fuck? All this time she wanted to make me feel crazy? But I'd also feel validated that I wasn't imagining things happening there. I used to have a lot of anxiety about the basement. I actually still have really weird dreams about hiding down there and being scared. In middle school, some friends and cousins and my brother and I tried the Ouija board a few times in the basement, and my gut says that's where it began. I've always wondered about this strange memory from early childhood. This was before my brother was born, making me under 3.5 years old. My grandmother was babysitting me. I was laying down on some blankets on the living room floor for a nap, while she laid on the couch. It was daytime. Next thing I know, it's nighttime and there's a blinding white light coming from the other room. I get up to investigate, filled with fascination. I walked slowly toward it, feeling overwhelming peace, love and wonder. In the bright light appeared the Virgin Mary, unknown at the time. Many years later I saw a painting and asked my grandmother who the lady was. None of my family ever went to church or were into any religion, so as I got older and started thinking about it, this struck me as a little weird. This is a memory that could have been a dream, but it always felt so tangible. I'm very interested to hear what thoughts anybody has on my experience. I've always been curious if anyone else has a memory like this as well. This happened last year, probably days or weeks before the pandemic started in China. I've always had problems with sleeping. Even with prescriptions to help me stay asleep are pretty much useless. Dead time, around 2 or 3 a.m. In my dream, something kind of whispered in my ear, "Wake up, somebody's here." It felt like a bolt of lightning struck my spine that made me sit and look at the door immediately as soon as I heard the words. A little girl was standing next to my husband who was sleeping, with a way of a ghost if you ever saw one. Smoky grey, transparent but 4D. She began to float towards the foot of the bed, as if to walk. She stopped where my foot was. I could barely see her face, but the details of her hair and the collar of her dress was clear. I know I have poor vision, especially at night time, but I can see her in the dark. She doesn't have a face, which I find strange. "What are you doing here?" I asked. She grabbed my left ankle hard, forcing me to almost kick her with my right foot in fear. But then I woke up with me thrashing. It was a dream. Never have I seen this girl before, mind you. I told this to a friend of mine who's an empath. I showed him the sketch of the faceless child that I drew. I usually draw the nightmares I've had. Sam was quiet. Minutes later I called. "Try not to freak out," he said. He sent me a pic of his deceased wife when she was only 8. Same haircut, same dress, same chubby cheeks. He's been quiet because he was busy looking for his wife's pic that is similar to my sketch, hidden somewhere in his boxes full of her pics. I burst into tears, confused. I was freaking out. I met Sam 5 years ago. He was already a widower. When I met him, I don't know why I cried, but I know I was furious, asking myself, why me? She could have done this to her husband. I don't know what she wants. I'm not flirting with her husband either because I'm happily married for 10 years now. I don't know why she made contact with you. She's a good woman, trust me. I think she was trying to warn you about something, he said. And weeks later, Sam told me he needs to move out of the apartment again. He was saddened about it, but he didn't have a choice. Maybe that was the warning. The question was left unanswered. Why me? Why not him? He's in Canada. I'm down south in the US. It's not like I can save him ASAP. For the past week, I've been having this recurring dream about this creature, at least 2 or 3 times. It's tall, about 7 feet. It has long, pointy hands or claws. Its body is wet. Not like dripping wet, but just wet. And its feet are large, and it makes loud stomping noises with each step. Every dream is the same. I look out my living room window, and it's there. It's facing away from me toward the middle of the street. But somehow, it senses me, and it turns its head all the way around to stare at me. Its whole body doesn't turn, just the head. It sees me, and it lets out this loud screech and runs towards my house. It doesn't run like a normal person runs. Its body jerks about in odd, creepy ways as it runs towards my home. I run away from the window and jump in my bed. I hear it climbing up my house. I can hear its claws scraping at the house, and then it reaches my living room window. It climbs in without opening the window. I don't hear the window sliding open, but somehow it's in my house. My husband is asleep next to me, and I'm trying to wake him up, but he doesn't budge. The clock says 3 a.m. That's when I hear the loud thud of its footsteps. It's taken slow steps towards my room. I feel like I can't breathe. I can't move. I'm literally frozen solid in my bed. Then it makes its final steps to the bedroom. I can see this creature standing there looking at me. Then all of a sudden, the clock hits 3:01 and I wake up. When I wake up, I'm actually awake in real life and my heart is pounding. So for the past few days, I've been dreaming about a man in white. He has no face, no eyes, no nose, no mouth. Nothing but a black furry spot where a person's face would be. In my dreams, I'm in different areas when I see him. Grocery stores, shopping mall, the park, and every single time I see him, it's the same message. Danger. Yesterday, I was outside barbecuing, and when everything was done, I started taking stuff into my house. On the last trip, I was going to put out the charcoal, and I saw him in real life. He was peeping at me from the side of my house. I froze. This thing invaded my dreams, and now it invaded my life. It slowly glided towards me, and it spoke to multiple voices. Same message. Danger. Then it vanished. I kept thinking about what the message meant. Why was it coming to me? What did it want? Danger? Am I in danger? I was baffled and confused, and I'll admit, quite frightened. But because I didn't know what this thing meant, I had no choice but to ignore it. I didn't know what to make of it, so I put it to the back of my mind. I had focused on other things like finishing up cooking, cleaning, washing clothes, and other household chores. I'd gotten so focused on other things, I'd completely forgotten all about this encounter. Until last night. I was walking into my bedroom, heading towards my bed, and I saw this thing staring right at me through my window. This time it had a face. He was a pale man, had bright blue eyes, and was quite handsome. In the same multiple voices, he said, danger. He kept repeating that same word for about 30 seconds. I kept asking who's in danger, but he never answered. He just kept saying it over and over again. Then, once again, he vanished. Last night, a tad after midnight, I'm laying in bed, just getting ready to doze off. All the lights are off, and the only light was illuminated from the street light right outside my house. The neighbourhood was finally quiet, having had a block club party a few hours prior. Perfect silence. The way my house is, there's a second landing that's open, with nothing but 3 horizontal banisters, about thighs height, to keep people from falling over. Most upstairs landings have walls. Ours doesn't. We had our house remodelled shortly after moving in. Our bed is set against a wall, and with the door open, I can clearly see the stairs that lead up to the second floor, which are at a horizontal angle, about 50 feet or so from our bedroom door. I must have dozed off for about an hour or so, and I started dreaming about this creature. It had deep, glowing red eyes, a long snout, bloody teeth that were literally razor sharp. It had blood, both dried and wet, all over its hairy body, and it walked on all fours. It had super long arms and legs, talons or claws on its paws, and it was standing right in my doorway grinning at me, and it kept whispering, "I'm coming for you." I'm a very light sleeper, so when I heard these soft footsteps on my stairs, I was on immediate alert, because it sounded like someone was tiptoeing, as if not wanting to be heard. I sat up and was horrified by what I saw. There was a creature, exactly like what I just described in my dream, crawling up my stairs. It was on all fours, and it was literally crawling up my stairs very slowly, as if not trying to be heard. I started to panic. I started hyperventilating. I couldn't believe I was seeing what I just dreamed. This thing had invaded my dreams, and now my home. I opened my mouth to scream, and I couldn't. I tried to get up to run, to lock my bedroom door, to climb out my window, and I couldn't move. It was like I was paralysed. In my struggle to move or scream, I didn't realise that this creature was standing right on the threshold of my door, until I heard a small growl. I looked toward my door, and this creature was slowly crawling towards me, staring at me with those blood-red eyes, with this disgusting grin on its face. Blood dripping from its teeth. I'm still struggling to move or scream, or at least wake my husband, and I can't move. I can't make a sound. This creature is right in my face now. I can smell its putrid and steamy breath, sniffing all around me, sniffing my hair, my chest, my neck. I can't move or scream. It takes one of its sharp talons and slices at my nightgown, and it instantly falls down. It sticks out its tongue, and it's long and slithering like a snake, rough and bumpy, and it's licking up my belly to my breasts. I'm crying now. I can feel the tears, but I still can't make a sound or move. All of a sudden, this thing forces itself on top of me and pushes me flat on my back, and I instantly gasp. This is what wakes me. A dream inside of a dream. I'm now able to move and speak, and I hear my husband saying something to me. I sit up in bed, and he tells me he thinks I was fighting something in my sleep, and that it looks like I was struggling. Not sure if this was a dream, or if this was an incubus or sleep paralysis. I've never experienced this in any form before, so I'm freaked out. The creepiest part, my nightgown was sliced open and still hanging off my body. So my husband is on vacation, and we're sitting on the couch. I'm watching him play Dead Island 2, and there's a knock on our door. When he's home, as he's the man of the house, he always answered the door. It's just a protective thing he does. He says if it's robbers, he can try to fight them off while I get away. Such a protector, my husband. Anyway, he looks out the peephole. No one is there. I kind of figured it's some kids playing Ding Dong Ditch or something, so we ignore it and go back to the video game. About 2 minutes or so later, there's major banging on the door. I mean like major banging. Like someone took a sledgehammer and whacked the door 3 times. It startled the hell out of us, so my husband grabs his gun and walks cautiously to the door. Look out the peephole. Again, nothing. So he decides to stand there and see if it happens again. A few minutes later, that loud banging starts again, 3 times. This time, my husband yanks the door open, determined to catch the person doing it, and nothing. Now, there's no way a person could bang on the door and get away before my husband opened the door, because he was standing right at the door. No living person moves that fast. Not even Usain Bolt is that fast. Since we don't say anything, we both realise that it's something supernatural at play here. My husband closes the door, deadbolts it, and we return back to the couch. After about 5 minutes of trying to wrap our heads around what just happened, our rocking chair starts rocking in a slow, steady motion on its own. No windows open at all. It's the middle of March, so it's still too chilly for open windows. I grab my rosaries off the fireplace, and my husband and I immediately start reciting Hail Marys. The rocking chair stops and slides halfway across the floor on its own. We hear bangs and bumps. It sounds like things being thrown about in our house. And then we hear heavy footsteps running toward our door. Mind you, I said my husband deadbolted the door. Suddenly, the deadbolted door swings open, very violently. We have a heavy and thick wooden door, so it's not easy to fling that thing open as easily as we just witnessed. As quick as the door swung open, it closed the same way. The house was calm and peaceful, just like that. My parents taught me how to get rid of these things. When I was about 17, something tried to possess me. And when it didn't succeed, it didn't stop trying. Every now and then, it tries, but because I know what to do, and I have a wonderful and supportive husband that believes in me and helps me, it's too weak. I always suspect, when I hear noises in the 30s, that it's this thing, still trying to let me know that it's near. It usually doesn't become a nuisance when my husband is home, almost as if it's afraid of my husband. I usually have the most trouble out of it when I'm alone. If only I knew how to get rid of it for good. This happened to a friend of mine at a sleepover she threw about a year ago. She had just bought her first house, and she planned a girls' night with wine and games. We played Monopoly, Scrabble, and Heads Up. After that, we were all a bit bored, so my friend said she had one more game for us, and that she had just bought it. She went to her closet and came back with a Ouija board. We all burst into laughter because we thought this was the most childish game we could play that night. She insisted it would be fun, so we thought, what the hell, why not? By now, you all know that I'm sensitive. You know exactly what that means for me. So I'm already skeptical about playing with this thing, but my girls are all into it, so I figured, why be a spoilsport? I knew how to close the Ouija board after we used it, so no harm, right? So we started using it. My friend asks, are there any spirits that would like to make contact? Nothing. She proceeded, is there any spirit here? Nothing. I could tell everyone was getting bored and irritated, so of course, I had to step my sensitive ass in there to show them how it's done. I told them to take a deep breath, relax, and concentrate on making contact with spirits. Concentrate on moving the planchette. Everybody obliged. Then I proceeded, do any spirits want to make contact? The planchette slowly moved to yes. My friends jumped back and let out little gasps and screams. They were all accusing each other of pushing it, and they all maintained their innocence. After a few minutes, everyone recollected themselves and waited to continue. So we put our fingers back on the planchette and asked more questions. I said, what's your name? The planchette moved slowly but spelled out Jake. My friends looked at each other in fear. I then asked, did you die here? The planchette moved over to yes. I asked where, and the planchette spelled out upstairs. My friend whose house it was said to stop and she didn't want to play anymore. So I told her we have to close out the Ouija board. She asked why, and instead of explaining the whole thing about why you should close out a Ouija board, I simply said, out of respect. So I told Jake goodbye, and we would talk to him another time. The planchette moved to goodbye. So later that night, around 2 or so, we decided to call it a night. We were all asleep in the living room, around 4 something, when I heard my friend mumbling and groaning in her sleep. It's loud enough where it wakes me up, but apparently not loud enough to wake the other 3 girls. My friend is lying completely still, but it sounds like she's trying to talk while in pain. I flip on the light and I walk over to the couch she was sleeping on, and her eyes were wide open, as if she was staring up at something. I couldn't see anything that she was looking at. But she was still gasping and trying to scream and move, but she couldn't. I immediately knew what this was. Sleep paralysis. I shook her violently, trying to knock her out of it, but nothing happened. She just kept gasping. I was screaming at this point because I'd never seen this firsthand, and I didn't know what to do. The other girls woke up and saw what was happening and ran over to assist. After about 3 to 5 minutes of us calling her name and shaking her, she took this final huge gasp and snapped out of it. She looked at us with a bewildered look and said, "What are you guys doing?" We told her what happened, and she didn't remember any of it. All she remembered is that she had a dream that Jake was trying to communicate with her. He kept trying to reach out for her in a dream, and she kept trying to help him, but she couldn't reach him. Then, he just kept getting further and further away. She described him as being average height, brown hair, muscle-toned, and very handsome. She vowed to never touch that Ouija board again. Fast forward to the present day, and she says she never experienced anything like that, to her knowledge, again. She never even dreamed about Jake again. When I first arrived there, I could feel the spirits. Some were angry and violent, some were mischievous, some were lost and confused. As I constantly state, I'm sensitive, so sometimes I see them, but most of the time I feel them. It was just me and another girl from Chicago that arrived together, so they bunked us in the same room with 2 other girls in dorm 304, which was a co-ed dorm, boys on one end, girls on the other. After our tour and unpacking, we all went for lunch and spent the rest of the afternoon getting to know each other and talking. The room captain, who was the girl that had been there the longest, we'll call her Jane, asked us, "Did anybody tell you about the captain and how he haunts the dorms and the land?" Me and the other new girl said no. The other new girl scoffed and said she didn't believe in ghosts. Jane laughed and said, "You will," and proceeded to tell us about the captain. So the story goes that he was killed in the barracks by a grenade. It was a training exercise, and it was supposed to be a dummy grenade, but it was live, and someone threw it as a prank. It exploded, and the captain was one of the many people killed by it. However, I later researched that story and couldn't find anything about it. Supposedly, he was angry about his death, and he haunts the land to seek revenge on the people responsible. Every night, like clockwork, he would hear tapping on the windows and doors at exactly 2:18 a.m. The first 3 nights, the new girl assumed it was the older girls trying to scare her, but every time she'd hear it, she'd get up and the three of us would be sound asleep. She even told the night RA that she couldn't sleep because we kept pranking her. We tried to tell her over and over that it wasn't us, but she never believed us. They ended up switching her room, and the same thing would happen. Every night at 2:18 a.m, tap, tap, tap. The taps would always come in threes. Since she didn't tell the girls what happened in the new room, there's no way they could know about the tapping. After that, she finally started to believe that it wasn't us. One night around midnight, I was laying in bed with my book light on. A tiny, almost pen-like light that you clip onto your book so that you can read without turning the lights on. And I kept noticing a shadow moving back and forth past the window. My bed was third from the window, and there were no trees or branches or bushes that could have been swaying in the wind. Every time I would turn my head to get a glimpse, it would disappear. This continued until I fell asleep around 1 or something. And once again, at 2:18 a.m, we're all awakened by the tap, tap, tap on our window. We had a community bathroom and shower room. There were 12 showers and 12 bathrooms. Sometimes in the shower, girls would always complain about someone grabbing their boobs or butt while showering. There's no way it could be the boys, because there was always a male RA monitoring the boys' side and a female RA monitoring the girls' side, especially in the mornings while we'd be getting ready for classes. One night, after being awakened by the tapping, I got up to use the bathroom. All my roommates were asleep, so as I made my way down the hall to the bathroom, I waved at the RA. She waved back. While doing my business, I hear the slow squeak of the shower knobs being turned on, and the water shooting out the shower head. I instantly freak out because there's no one in the bathroom but me. The shower room had a motion sensor light, and if someone was in there, the light would come on. It never did. Before I could haul ass out of there, the motion sensor toilet directly across from me flushes on its own. I could barely pull my underwear up before running out of there and into my room. After that, nothing major happened for a while, besides the tapping at 2:18 a.m, and other little things, like keys and clothes being moved, etc. Fast forward to about 3 months later. I was in my CDL class. I was the only girl, and me and some of the guys in the class stepped outside for a smoke. Our CDL class was called Roadway. The class was far from the other trade rooms, at least about a mile's walk from the dorms. The guys started telling me about how if you come there at night, you can hear voices and see shadows moving in the darkness. Of course, I believe it, and I were to come there at night to see for myself. I always get freaked out when something like this happens because it doesn't happen to me all the time. So when I see them, I get scared and run, recollect myself, then I'm okay. So my boyfriend at the time and I decided to go there at night around 8 p.m. for some alone time. I had stolen a key to one of the semi-trucks so that my boyfriend and I could fool around in one. The truck that everybody loved because it had a bed and AC and was called the Beast. It was loud, clunky, and majorly old. As we're walking towards the truck, I hear voices and screams. I ask my boyfriend if he hears anything and he says no. I start to feel an overwhelming sense of sadness and grief. I try to shake it off, but being sensitive, I always pick up feelings from spirits. But now, in the 32 years I've been on this earth, I've learned how to control them. As we're in the truck fooling around, someone or something starts banging on the side of the truck. We're thinking of its security. We quickly dress and look out the window, and nothing is there. We laugh it off and go back to making out when we hear the banging again. It's louder, harder, and it echoes. Then we hear this creepy, sadistic laugh that I can still remember to this day. And it kind of sounds like a witch's laugh, but more like a man cackling instead of a woman. My boyfriend's starting to get creeped out, so we head back to the dorms. No way he could finish after that. One night, I lay down to sleep. It was about 11 something at night, and like clockwork, the tapping started at 2:18 a.m. I was pretty used to it now, so I rolled over and decided to ignore it. Big mistake. A few seconds later, the window flew open, so hard that it hit the wall and glass shattered. There was this violent wind. It was blowing so bad that our blankets flew off our beds. We were all screaming and ran to the room captain's bed, clutching each other and screaming at the top of our lungs. We could hear the male RA and the female RA banging on our door trying to get in, and the door wouldn't budge. Then after what seemed like hours, which was only literally a minute, at 2:19 a.m, it stopped. The door opened and the RAs ran inside to see what looked like a tornado rip through our room. We had woken up half the girls in our dorm, and everybody was peeking in to see what happened. When we told the RAs what happened, of course, they didn't believe us. Told us it was just our imagination or a bad dream, and that maybe one of us was sleepwalking. Stupid idiots. The final and scariest thing that happened to me was right before I was set to leave. I had gotten my Class A CDL. And the day before I had set to leave the academy, my friends threw a surprise going away party. That night, as I slept, around 1 something, I felt a heaviness on top of me. It was weighing down on me as if there was a body on top of me. I opened my eyes to see a man sitting on top of me, facing away from me. A few blinks, and I still saw him. Then, as I started to hyperventilate, he turned toward me. Except his body didn't turn. Just his head and neck, all the way around. Now, he was looking right at me, with his body still facing away from me. He had a long beard, and he was missing half of his right jaw. Teeth shattered. Breath even more terrifying than how he looked. He said, "Stay." And as quick as he was there, he vanished. I sat up, not knowing if I had just dreamt that this man was sitting on top of me, or if it actually happened. I was about 17, and I'd gotten my first job at McDonald's. I was super excited to earn my own money and start learning how to be responsible and budget my own money, etc. Homecoming was coming up, and prom soon after, and I wanted to pay for my own dress, shoes, hair, limo, etc. by myself. My parents were proud of me, and so was I. Anyways, on the weekends, I would always close the store with my manager. Usually, it's just the manager that closes, but I was in the process of being promoted to manager, so naturally, I had to stay to learn how to close down the store, count the money from the registers, turn off the machines and things like that. After about 2 weeks of watching my manager close, I learned everything I needed to, and eventually, I was closing the store by myself. I closed about 4 or 5 times before the first paranormal thing happened. It was about 12:30 when I was finally done and ready to lock up the store. My dad was sitting in the parking lot waiting for me to come out. I see him and I wave at him. He waves back. I exit the restaurant and I lock the door. And as I turn to walk to my dad, I hear this loud bang from behind me. I turn around, there's nothing there. It sounded like someone threw something at the door after I locked it, but there was nothing there. So thinking it was my imagination, maybe I'm tired as hell, I walk to my dad's car and get in. I put my purse on the floor of the car, and as I look up, I see this person in all black moving in fast motion inside of the restaurant. At this point, I'm freaking out because I was just in the restaurant and all kinds of things start racing through my head about what could have happened. I ask my dad if he sees what I see, and he says, "Yes, call the police." Back then, there were car phones, and I yanked up the receiver to dial 911. They come within 4 or 5 minutes. Whatever it is, I thought it was a person robbing the store, is still there up until the police get there. And once they shine their light in the store, the thing literally disappears. The cops search the restaurant, but nothing. They then call me into the store to review the security footage. At this point, the owner of the restaurant was coming in. I'm assuming my dad called him and told him what happened. We're all reviewing the tapes when the lights go out. Mind you, whatever it was that me and my dad saw was not caught on tape. Just as fast as the lights went out, they jumped right back on, and we're now looking at a blue screen that says no visual available. We can still hear sounds from the audio. We hear things like no and leave me alone. We all kind of side-eye each other, but nobody says anything. The police are probably thinking this was a prank. Fast forward about 30 to 45 minutes later. The owner and police are walking out of the restaurant, and he instructs me to lock up. I'm the last one out once again, because I have to turn the lights off, and the security TV. As I reached the door and opened it to leave, I felt the iciest, coldest, roughest hand I've ever felt in my entire life, clutching my shoulder, and a voice whispered, "No." Needless to say, I screamed and ran my ass off to my dad's car, dropping the keys in the process. The police watch me scream and run and don't say a word. Once inside my dad's car, he hugged me and tried to console me. I refused to look in the windows of the restaurant because I'm afraid of what I might see next. Fast forward about 10 minutes later. We're home, my dad and mom in the kitchen talking about what happened. My mom and dad are also sensitives, but my mom is more sensitive than we are because she always sees them. My dad and I see them sometimes, but my mom all the time. At this point I'm exhausted, and my mom and dad told me I can sleep in Sunday morning because of what I'd been through. Sunday morning, I'm awake around 10 a.m. My parents are at mass, so I'm alone in the house. I go down to the kitchen to have breakfast and watch some TV. My mom cooked breakfast but didn't wake me up, so she left some for me in the microwave. Just heat and eat. I go into the living room and sit down, grab the remote, and when I look into the TV, as I'm getting ready to turn it on, I see a tall, fairly thin black figure standing right behind me. I freeze, and I'm trying to breathe, but I can't help feel like whatever we encountered last night had followed me to my home. I close my eyes and open them, hoping that I'm dreaming, or that whatever it is will just go away. No luck. Before I can let out a scream, I feel that same icy hand on my shoulder, but this time it's holding me down to the point where I can't move. It's saying, "My soul," and this time the voice is loud and getting louder and louder. It sounded like a demonic voice, like multiple voices in one. Then I start to get overwhelmed with a sense of evil, like pure hatred running through me. It's weird, but with this hand on me, I felt like I wanted to harm the first person that walked through the door. Then whatever this thing was shifted into a black moss and started to get through me. I could look down and see it going right through me. As it's doing so, the light from the morning starts to fade and it's becoming night. Everything was in slow motion. All I remember after that is letting out a scream, seeing my mom and dad run into the house. My mom holding a rosary bead necklace in her hand, saying something that I can't make out. My dad said, "In Jesus' name," and that's it. I woke up hours later, and my parents were crying and hugging me. They explained to me that they believed a demon or something was trying to possess me, and they left church early because my mom had a vision of this and knew they had to come save me. To this day, I'm 32 now, I always keep rosaries with me. I always hear noises and voices in the night. I always get the sense that something is still there watching me, still wanting to possess me, but can't because it's not strong enough. I'm old enough now where I can keep these things at bay. My husband knows and believes in what I can do, what I see, what I hear. I'm glad that whatever this thing was, cannot touch me now. My husband is on the road, truck driver, and usually I go with him. But I wasn't feeling too well and decided to sit this trip out. Around 2 this morning, I called my husband to see how his trip was going. We chatted for about half an hour before we pulled over for the night to sleep. and shortly after I went to sleep too. At about 3:40, I was awakened by something. The air felt heavy, like it was hard to breathe. I opened my eyes and I instantly regretted it. I was facing away from the wall where my bed is, so I was sleeping on the outer side of the bed. I felt like something terrible was laying next to me, and I would literally be scared shitless if I turned around. My heart started beating terribly fast, and I could feel myself starting to hyperventilate. I remember I kept saying Oliver, which is my husband's name. It wouldn't be the first time he surprised me and finished his trip early, and come home and be there when I wake up. So I prayed and prayed that it was him. It wasn't. Whatever it was got up off the bed, and I could feel it moving out of the bed. I squeezed my eyes shut and prayed to God, Muhammad, Buddha, and every other god I could think of, that whatever this was would just leave my house. Me being the idiot that we all sometimes can be, I popped open an eye to see what it was. I didn't see anything. I knew it was still there watching me because the air was so heavy and thick. I sat up in my bed, and that's when I caught a glimpse of a dark shadow figure of a man. He was freakishly tall and thin, with super long arms, hunched over, and had this glowing red aura around him, and what looked like fire for eyes. The scariest thing I've ever seen. I'm sensitive, which means I can't always see them, but I can sense them, and pick up their emotions. I felt really pissed, like I was filled with hatred when I looked at whatever this thing was. I turned to the nightstand to flip on the light, and as soon as I did, the thing was gone. The air became soft again. It was easy to breathe. My heart stopped racing. I stopped hyperventilating. I don't know if this was a dream. It's possible, but it felt so real. I felt the thing in the bed and moved out of the bed. I know the emotions I felt as soon as I looked at it. I have a friend who's a priest. I'm going to have him come bless my house. This is the second time something paranormal has happened in my home.